Wow. Hello, everybody. I'm here. You're here. We're audible. And you can see me. That's a good start. How is everybody today? We got 24 people in here waiting to chill. Say hello in chat. Say hello to your friends. By the grace of God, I woke up a homosexual again today. High five. What's up, Baphomet? Asterion is my wife, by the way. Nice. Yeah, what's up, YouTube chat? Hello to the two of you hanging out over there. Don't forget to hit the like button. Even this early in the stream, it can help out the show. Just immediately starts sending the show to more people. So, as usual, we're probably going to just chill for a while at the beginning of the stream. I'm trying to fix my posture. So if I sit differently today, that's why. I'm like, so I realized something horrible. You know how old ladies have this big, like, their head is like all the way forward like this and their neck is all humped over, you know? I've realized that I am starting to develop that shape at the top of my spine here. Like, so now I'm like doing all kinds of like exercises that are specifically like to strengthen certain muscles in the neck that will help stabilize, and then like loosening up certain things in my back so that it'll yeah, so I'm having to like change the way that I sit and everything. But hey, slightly altered camera angle means that you can see a little bit more of the shirt. So there you go. The merch. Look at the merch. It's in the shot. So yeah. Anybody else having a rough day? I am having just a hell of a day today. Yeah, I'm getting the old lady hump in the back, like at the top of the shoulders there. It's not a good time. But I was already like, if you recall, a couple weeks ago, my lower back, or last week, or however long it was, my lower back was very hurty. It was quite painful. So I'm already doing very specific types of stretches and exercises for that. So it's not a big deal if I'm like, okay, so in the morning I'm stretching my back. So I'm just going to stretch my neck at the same time. Or like I'm stretching my lower back, so then I'll add upper back and neck into it anyway. So yeah, no, I don't want to end up looking like a question mark. Exactly. Gotta sit up. Have good posture, okay? Yeah, it definitely doesn't help that we're craning our necks to look down at our phones. I'm trying at least to like, if I'm looking down at my phone, I'm trying to like tuck my chin back. Cause like this is the thing that's happening is your neck is coming like this. So if you just like, if you tuck the chin back a little bit, it's a little bit of a stretch at the top of your spine. And if you keep it like your head tilted down slightly, it's like, okay, now I can look at my phone, but I am doing the stretch. It's obnoxious. Getting old, man. I guess if I had been paying attention to my posture the entire time, it would be better. You know, like I wouldn't have to be like, oh God, I'm 30 and I need to make sure that I don't end up having such and such problem in the future. Fascinating. Dorian, you've had a very exciting week, it looks like. Had a huge fight with my mom last night via text because I asked her to stop saying the N-word. She totally lost her shit and was saying I was attacking her. Like, yes, Jennifer, you're the victim. Oh my God. It's like, I'm sorry that you're dealing with that, but it also is objectively, like, kind of funny. like, I asked her to stop saying the N-word, and then she lost her shit. It's just very good. Yes, more people showing up in the YouTube chat. What's up? What's up? Whew, tax season. Oh man. How's everybody feeling after tax day? Isn't that like one of the higher suicide days? It's like, it's pretty up there, I think. Gray info, welcome to the website. Hello. Always fun to have new people over here. It's interesting how my more explicitly anti-trans titles get way more clicks, and this one that's kind of generically about the Supreme Court is not getting nearly as much traffic. That's so strange. And then y'all end up staying and hanging out in here while I talk about random bullshit for an hour and a half before I start the serious stuff. Decided to switch over. Hey, listen, much love to the YouTube chat, but I gotta say, my heart is with the website, chat. It's the top link in the description. It's not Twitch. This is not Twitch. It's my website. Because we got custom emojis over here. You can give your donations through my website, and most of it gets to me instead of only like 40%, or no, 60%. Google takes like 30 to 40% of the donations. So, goodness gracious. Got 600 back on my refund. Nice. Nice. That's awesome. I am now officially like in a tax bracket, and like because I'm self-employed, I'm gonna owe taxes basically every year, I think. Like maybe if I own a house someday, then there will be enough stuff to write off with owning the house. Because you get like so many tax write-offs for owning a house. Then maybe I'll not have to owe taxes every year. I should just set up one of those things where I'm making quarterly payments. I just have not been making enough money to do that in the year. I only had to pay $90 in taxes. Nice. Like, you know, $90 isn't nothing, but it's way more affordable than a lot of money, you know, like a couple $1,000, or it depends on what tax bracket you're in, right? I didn't have to pay taxes. Human plant. I mean, that tracks. If you're a plant, how could you possibly pay taxes? So this morning, I did almost an hour-long cardio session, and my heart rate was kind of like on the brink of being like in moderate versus vigorous. It was kind of switching like a little bit back and forth between those two states, which I kind of feel like is maybe too much. Like maybe that's too much at one time, but I can't deny that I burned like more than 400 cals. So the trade-off of the mild headache that I've had all day, is it worth it? We'll see. But it was just kind of an experiment, because usually I do my cardio sessions for like 30 minutes, 35 minutes. I did physical therapy this morning, took a lot out of me. Yeah. Oh, man. I bet that's really difficult, because you're already dealing with some bullshit and then you're trying to exercise. I live overseas, so I don't have to pay US taxes because I don't make enough, but I have to fill out the forms. Wait, I was under the impression that you basically always had to pay, like that you were just still required to pay income tax if you lived abroad. But I guess if you don't make enough money, then they don't tax you. That's interesting. Yeah, Dorian, it's hard doing your taxes when you're like, "Oh, my rights are being taken away." Like, I live in a state where they're restricting my rights, and I was born here, which is great. And I'm basically being pushed out through political persecution and a worsening climate situation, of course. But yeah, and I love, my tax dollars are hard at work going to the Attorney General, who now gets to be in charge of the whole removing acts of homosexuality from children's access online. Ooh, if your country has a reciprocal tax treaty, you don't have to pay US taxes unless you make over 100,000, and even then there are a lot of deductibles. Very cool. I usually get a tax return, but I think that means I'm paying more tax than I should somehow. Yeah. That basically is what happens. Like, so at a lower tax bracket, so everybody, your income tax gets taxed at a certain rate, no matter how much you're making when you make it. Like, you pay taxes on your income when you get it. And then at the end of the year, when they get the total of how much you made, then they decide whether the taxes that they were taxing you throughout the year was too much or too little. And yeah, so if you make very little money, then they're like, "Oh, well, we don't want to take your money," so they give you some of it back. But apparently, if you get anywhere near being lower middle class, you start getting kind of fucked on your taxes. Like, honestly, being middle class is the worst, I think, as far as taxes go. Yep. Yep. Making $13 an hour and paying a higher tax percentage than billionaires and corporations. Oh man. It's so difficult to not be a huge bummer all the time. Anybody else feel like that? It's like I want to have a more enjoyable time on the show and also like a more enjoyable time being a human being who has to carry on dealing with all this stuff all the time. But yeah, like where do y'all go to try to find the positivity when you're just having like a hard time with it all? I think what I tend to do is like I do stuff that's pretty immersive and I kind of check out mentally, which is not like the same as processing it. So I don't know if that qualifies as like finding the positives per se. If you're just like, oh, I'm gonna listen to a bunch of YouTube episodes that I've already seen and crochet. Like that's kind of what my plan is a lot of the time. Rock concerts, okay. I'm not a big concert goer. I'm not a big loud event with a lot of people there expelling a large amount of carbon dioxide, but I can see them being very fun in a situation where you're not worried about COVID. I listen to radio programs from the 1950s and painting. It's on my like bucket list for this year to do a Bob Ross painting, but I would need to, of course, I would need to like buy a canvas and potentially a couple of different colors of paint. I have probably some really shitty acrylics from like 15 years ago. I have several projects in the works at all times that serve as mental occupation between 3D modeling, painting, etc., and putting on some lo-fi music. Okay. Maybe the lo-fi music is where I'm at. I need some instrumental music, perhaps, instead of like a show that I'm listening to. I don't know. I'll figure it out at some point. Spending time with my dog. Yeah. Shout out to pets for letting you use them to regulate your body. Because sometimes if I'm like, I'm upset, I'm feeling really bad, I will actually go and like pet the cat and like shove my face in his belly and stuff to like regulate my system. And it works okay. You'd really want oils for a Ross painting. Yeah, that's kind of what I assumed, that I would want to get real paint. So I'll just have to go find some episodes maybe and figure out, oh, is there one that only uses like a few paints or like mixes them together a little bit so that you don't have to buy like 6 different colors? Overstimulating music. Call me a raging commie, but I just want to enjoy life. Right, yeah. Like, what is it too much to ask for the good days to outnumber the bad ones? Because I feel like there are not very many days that go by that I'm like, okay, nothing objectionable has happened to me today. Enjoying life by getting into gardening. True, Baphomet. Yeah, I am very excited. Yeah. I am actually quite excited about the community garden, and I need to get my compost ready so that I can get the top like layers of soil ready. Because my plants are doing okay. If you follow me over on Patreon, it's actually, I posted for free pictures of my gardening stuff. So if you want to see what my tomato plants are looking like lately and my basil plants, which are comparatively not doing as well, go check it out on Patreon for free. Stram, hello, Lord Byron. Hello, Mama Mephistopheles. Oh, okay. You're working, but hopefully having fun working. It's gonna be good. I've been doused with gender euphoria all day, so it's been a good day. Florida be damned. You know, maybe I should make some proactive efforts to seek out like things like gender dysphoria. Or sorry, not gender dysphoria. Jesus Christ, gender euphoria. Dysphoria just rolls off the tongue so much easier. Um, but yeah, like I'm kind of a potato who's wearing like hoodies all the time. So maybe I should make a more deliberate effort to seek out like the euphoria moments. Yeah, collecting gender dysphoria. True. Nothing prepares me for impulsively opening Twitter and getting the Merrick nude jump scare. I guess I'm just really used to seeing the nudes. But then again, I'm like in my office and you can see like there's a wall behind me, so I'm usually not worried about someone happening to see that there are nudes on my computer. When we examine most days, we find that more good things happened to us than bad. Our minds put more emotional emphasis on bad moments. It's a survival instinct. Well, okay, so I don't disagree with you. Yes, I agree that bad things stick out more than good things. But I personally feel like most of my days are like either tolerable or actively bad. Like I wouldn't say that very often I'm like, yeah, that was a good one. It's like it either just was a day or it was a bad time. So it's like, uh, it's so difficult as an adult. It's like one of the things that you have to do. It's like, it's not exactly similar to, but it's kind of, it reminds me the vibe of when you're like telling your inner self, no, we don't need to eat McDonald's. We have food at home. Like, but it's being an adult and being like, okay, most of the days are kind of just shit, or at least kind of bland. So you have to like make the active effort to make positive things happen. But it's like you're also exhausted all the time. So trying to find like the good things to do. You know what I mean? Like it's hard to even remember that that's a thing that you should do most days. Taking account of the good moments in the day is a technique of dialectical behavioral therapy. I mean, yeah, yes, you like a couple of the different skills kind of lend themselves to that. But sometimes it does require proactive effort to make a positive moment because they don't just happen on their own. It's like anything that you expect to work out on its own. Like most things don't work out on their own. You can't like, if you're trying to shoot a bow and arrow, you can't just trust that it's going to go the direction you want it to. You have to like look and aim and like get used to where things are going to end up while you're looking and aiming. You know what I mean? Like you have to do things with intentionality. And I think that that's just so difficult sometimes. Yeah, you can't just aim with a true and just heart. Nobody out there who's good at anything is doing it like they're not winging it, you know? They're doing things intentionally. Yeah, Lord Byron, remembering the bad more than the good is low-key why you remember that one bad moment from that one teacher. You know the one. Actually, I think that I've managed to come away with mostly memories of good teachers. Of course, I had bad teachers, but I don't really think of them that often because they weren't subjects that I feel the need to reference very often. Like, I had terrible math teachers most of the time. Most of the time that I had math, it was not they were just not good at their jobs. And then, I guess like the ones that I do remember are like, oh yeah, one of my history teachers, he was super cool. The guy who taught me like my American government class, oh, he was the bomb. That teacher who taught health, okay, he was amazing. My geometry teacher, okay, she actually was really good at tutoring, even though she couldn't speak very well in front of the whole group of people. You know, it was, I have mostly positive memories of my teachers, thankfully. Not a lot of bad things actually happen to me in any given day, but I have so much anxiety that I'm having a horrible time when things are neutral. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you, like, it's like I just, like, regular moments need to be able to be okay. But most of the time I'm just like, background stress vibrations. Ugh. So basically, like, I'm not doing good at managing my stress. But I did go out and shoot my bow and arrow earlier today. I was just like, okay, well, I'm having a really hard time being really productive at anything at home, so I'm just gonna go ahead and shoot my bow and arrow until I feel better. And I didn't make it that far. I didn't make it to feeling better, so I ended up doing a bunch of other shit for the rest of the day. Listen, I haven't actually hunted any rabbits. I'm going to. I need to figure out if there's a specific bow hunting season in Kansas, and I still haven't done the class thing that I need to do to get a hunting license. So listen, I only shot the targets. Gender of the day, archery. True, exactly. The arc of history bends toward justice, motherfuckers, when activists do anything. Yeah, true. It is nice to have the option, at least. I mean, sort of depending on the weather, of course. To go shoot bow and arrow. It's quite nice. The topic reminds me of the video from The Click. It cheered me up so much. I realized I am not as much of a doomer as I thought. Well, that's good. I haven't seen whatever the video is that you're referencing, so I'm glad that made a difference for you, though. I just need to find some more positive moments. I think we all need to find some more positive moments. It doesn't have to be a huge thing. It can be something small, like, oh, I'm gonna burn a candle that smells real nice. Or, you know, ooh, I'm gonna go wash my face really quick and then put lotion on because that feels really nice. And, like, I can close my eyes and just kind of focus on the sensation. Like, it can be in the tiny things, but you do have to do them intentionally, and you have to, while you're doing them, have intentionality. And, like, actually let the goodness warm your heart. The Click's latest vid pointed out a lot of positive stuff. Oh, cool. Neat. I'm glad that a couple of you have seen it. I don't think I'm familiar with that channel at all, actually. Not that I can recall. Ooh, the headache that I have is not very painful, but it is steady. I do recommend it, especially if you have a dark, cloudy day. Okay. Let me see if I've ever watched anything from this channel before. My cat just jumped onto my bed and made a little chirping sound. Clinical depression cured. No more clinical depression. It's gone. We are perfectly fine. Everything's perfect. Everything's good. There is no such thing as depression anymore. Cats, not only do they reduce your cardiovascular problems by like 40%, but they also cure your clinical depression. The Click is who I'm looking for. The Click. Okay. Is he like a psychologist? Like, what is his deal? He's just a dude sitting there. Creator of the emotional support demon and Mango Landshark plushies voice actor, musician, comma, something else. This is a huge channel. I don't think I've ever seen this dude before. Interesting. Well, that's a tab that I have open for later. Viva la evolution. He's just some Swedish guy. Okay, cool. All right. He did not have a mustache in the thumbnails that I was looking at. This one, I think. He does seem to read things from Reddit. He used to have a mustache. Okay. I bet he got annoyed at all the sexual harassment. I don't know. I'm just just shooting the shit. I don't actually know. What's up, Kenna? I have MDD, just lurking and listening, and heard you mention clinical depression. Yeah. Someone was like, "Ooh, yeah, my cat jumped up on the bed and made a little noise. Cured. Depression cured." The Swedish stud muffin. Okay, I guess I can kind of see that. He has like a pretty symmetrical face. I mean, and that like that's like attractive to a lot of people. I wish my depression could be cured. I've been through like 500 antidepressants. Are you sure that what you have isn't like PTSD or BPD or something? Because I tried to treat my depression for years and years with just throwing a bunch of antidepressants at it, and it sucked. And therapy was the main thing that helped me. Ugh. But therapy is also expensive, so I do have PTSD, but also MDD with psychosis, and I might have DPD. Oh my goodness. There's so much. Yeah, shout out to everybody in the chat going through it with your mental health issues. They tend to come in layers. Yeah, ogres like onions and mental health issues. Blah, blah, blah. They tend to come in layers. That's why I couldn't hate Keffels. Yeah, listen, like I don't really know a lot about what Keffels does because I've never been in her community or like talked to her, but she's been through a lot of shit, so it's like hard for me to really feel strongly about it, even when she's doing stuff that is clearly dysregulated. Non-binary love to y'all. Exactly. I'm really seriously considering. I think that I have like I have a little bit of extra money this month, and like I could be a good boy and save it. But I am also considering getting a smallish tattoo because it's been like 3 or 4 years since I last got one. And it's, you know, Envy from Full Metal Alchemist? Like specifically, I've watched Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, but they're at one of the homunculi and they have a tattoo on their thigh of the homunculus Ouroboros. And I want to get the Ouroboros tattoo on my leg in that spot. And I think that it's like partially it would be a little bit gender affirming because Envy is like really androgynous and it's a shapeshifter. So they can go like, yes, oh my God, Envy is 100% Envy coded. Like, Envy was a character that I was like, wow. And like just looked at them really hard when I was watching the show when I was much younger. And I was like, I don't know why I'm so fascinated by them. And now I understand. I'll give Keffels one major credit. If it weren't for her fortitude, we'd have kiwi farms in addition to libs of TikTok. Look, KF is still doing stuff. Like, they're still doing things out there, collecting information about people being weird as they do. But, you know, it's at a like a reduced audience, or it's more difficult to get to it. Like, I don't know. It's supposed to be at least not being hosted by a major web host anymore. I don't know. Yeah, Envy is the NB dream. Yeah. They have a lot of eyes and shapeshifting and green. Green is a good color. I'm starting to appreciate the color green a lot more than I used to. In the past, I've been mad about stuff that Keffels has said and done. I also think, however, I also think cancel culture is a poison, and the way we deal with people doing things we don't like is, at this time, extremely unempathetic. So I try to prevent myself from falling down that hole and try to be forgiving. Yeah. I mean, she has a sphere of influence and it has nothing to do with me, and she doesn't need my support, and she also, like, I don't need to condemn her. Like, she can just go and exist somewhere doing her thing, and I don't need to cancel her if she's just not my deal or whatever. I think she's done cool stuff, but I was never like watching her content. Yeah, KF is still doing stuff. Oh, they were dropped by a site that offered security benefits that they don't have anymore. Okay. Yeah, so that's the struggle, Kenna Marie. is like we have a community of people who are all kind of dealing with different kinds of trauma to some extent. You know, even if you didn't grow up and have bullying or parental rejection or any of those things, like, or abuse that we associate with like childhood PTSD, we have now all collectively been through a pandemic. Like, we are all still currently going through a pandemic wherein a lot of us are just getting sick over and over again and don't have like a justification or explanation for that. But yeah, so everybody's dealing with trauma of some kind. Let me wet my throat real quick and then I'll continue. So you have creators like me who, like, we all have various kinds of trauma. I had like childhood trauma, which I basically resolved through therapy, but then I got an IUD put in, and now I have like physical something violating happened to my body kind of trauma, which is like different. Um, and like I'm sure that I am more defensive than I should be, and maybe more defensive than someone who wouldn't have trauma would be when it comes to being called out online. Like, part of it is that it benefits me to seem confident. It's kind of like the same thing that Vosh does, where it's just like affecting a bravado of like, I'm always correct about everything, okay? And I'm not accepting criticism. Um, but like, yeah, it is powerful rhetorically for you to be like, no, I'm pretty sure that I'm right and you're wrong, you know? Um, but yeah, I don't know. It's like the defensiveness, the doubling down that tends to happen, and then on the other end, and other shit, you know, like the whole situation with Poppy and Xena is because this is like people with trauma who are trying to date and like mixing up their trauma with their new partners, and like you know, there's all kinds of dynamics that can occur. But then on the end of like the people who are consuming the content and the people who are, you know, the followers on Twitter and all this stuff, y'all have like your own issues that make you, like, in some instances, vulnerable to parasocial relationships, or it makes you feel disproportionately betrayed when a creator does something that you find to be a cancelable offense, you know? So then if you have this audience of people who are basically constantly dealing with societal rejection, and if they suddenly feel like this creator that they like has, like, if that creator is now saying something bad about their demographic, like when people were accusing ContraPoints of being anti-non-binary, like, of course, if you're a non-binary fan of hers, if you feel like she's attacking non-binary people, that's going to feel like sort of a betrayal of your trust. And like someone you trusted has harmed you in some kind of way, you know? But, you know, it just creates an unhealthy dynamic on both ends that I don't really know what the solution is. Cuz to me, it's like you on one hand kind of want to tell people like, okay, you need to be more I guess I think that the nicest way to say it is that everybody on every side needs to be more mindful of their trauma when they're interacting in the space. So if you are the kind of person who gets very, very defensive and you have like a fear of abandonment trigger when when a portion of your audience is getting mad at you, then yeah, you might need to take a couple days and like use your skills, and then like when you're calm, address the situation and try to like come at it from a better place. But also on the end of the viewers, I think it's important to recognize at a certain point that almost anything that you could say to a person that you're upset with who has a platform, excuse me, somebody has already probably said that to them. Like, so maybe check and, you know, why don't you like someone else's post instead of making another post? Like, ooh, you just got to get your little zing on it. Like, okay, if there are hundreds of people, it doesn't matter how nicely y'all are putting your comments. If there's hundreds of you disagreeing with me, I'm gonna feel defensive and like, I'm gonna feel some type of way about it, you know? Mm. The one time my paranoia and trust issues keep me safe from something, it's parasocial relationships. Yeah, I mean, I never had very strong parasocial relationships, but I did have this one trans man that I looked up to for a while, and I really enjoyed watching all of his videos, and I bought like some of his shirts and stuff. He ended up being like interpersonally abusive to his best friend. And since then, I don't really engage much in this parasocial stuff. Like, at least the emotional connection is not nearly so strong. Because sometimes you just need to get burned. You just need to get burned once. And then you're like, oh, I'm not developing these parasocial connections anymore. Oh my god, excuse me. I'm so sorry. My throat is super weird today. Drink more water, everybody. Hail, hydrate. Yeah, it is weird to see how people quickly get defensive, saying, oh, they're totally not harassing people. They're, quote, holding them accountable, aka harassing them because you think they deserve it. Honestly, the whole concept of accountability, like, I think that it's fair to say that there is no such thing as community accountability. Like, how can you be held accountable to all these different people? Like, your audience is going to have people who this person agrees with you about A and very much disagrees with you about B. And then the next person very much disagrees with you about A but agrees with you about B. And like, whom? Yeah, like, who are you accountable to? Who is it? Who is this alleged person? Like, I am accountable to the people that I have personal relationships with, you know? Like, I feel like I'm accountable to my partner because, like, I think if one of us is acting poorly, then that reflects on the other one, you know? Like, and I care about what he says. Like, I'm accountable. If I had a kid, I would be accountable to that kid. If I had a boss, like, to some degree, I'm accountable to that boss. But, like, random people on the internet, like... Yeah, it's impossible to be held accountable. It's impossible to be held accountable online because of the huge audience, but easier to be accountable towards those closer. Right. So, like, with certain things, like when Sophie from Mars was outed as having done something inappropriate, I think that if she were focusing on being accountable to the people she hurt, that would make sense. Like, getting whatever help is required in order to not harm someone again, you know? But it's, she didn't do anything to us except not be the person that we expected her to be, you know? Yeah, there's no sense of proportionality, of justice, or like, yeah, the proportions are all out of whack. Y'all just, I think many people don't understand that the scale of things gets out of hand. If you have one person who you actually know and respect and care about who comes to you and is like, listen, I think you fucked up on this one, that's very different than a swath of strangers. You know, that's like why Lindsay Ellis is not really on the internet anymore, because like a bunch of different people were demanding some kind of personal accountability when they did not have a personal relationship. So it does not make sense for them to be expecting that in the first place. Is that a ContraPoints quote? The snowflake need not feel responsible for the avalanche. Yeah, that's gotta be from her canceled video, right? It's been a while since I watched anything from her. The Illuminati drama? Yeah, I just unsubscribed and moved on. I was disappointed, but I just moved on, found different, better content like this channel. Awesome. Good to have you here. But yeah, I mean, that's a good point, though. That if if you're disappointed in someone's behavior, you don't need to make a whole thing out of it. You might have been quoting someone, but that was from Canceled, yeah. Yeah, I just unsubscribe and tell YouTube the next time it shows you a video from that channel, just say do not subscribe, or sorry, do not show me this channel anymore. Coffee. It's a good quote that gets the point across regarding internet mobs. Yes. If I'm gonna even make a joke in response to a tweet, or like if I'm gonna make a comment on a video, I will often scroll through and check that someone else hasn't already made that joke. And you know what? You often find that several people have made the joke that you're planning to make. So it's like, instead of being annoying, you just, like, keep your comment to yourself and move on, you know? Like, I genuinely just feel that people don't value silence enough. Like, they don't understand the value of keeping your mouth shut. And, like, I don't know. The plagiarism guy is a good example. James Somerton. He did something terrible, but I'm not going to say anything about him until he takes accountability for his actions to the people he's wronged. Yeah, I mean, yeah. If I were to tweet about James Somerton, I would not feel that I was participating in a dog pile. But if I commented on one of his videos or tagged him, I would feel that I was participating in a dog pile. Like, he needs to apologize to his co-writer and to all the people he stole from. And I'm sure that there are a lot of viewers who are disappointed, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they are owed anything from him personally in that way. Excuse me. Oh my god. Ah! Oh god. Do you think Supreme Court screws us yet again, etc.? Makes it obvious enough that we're going to meander topics for a while before we get there? I actually think that there's technically two different Supreme Court stories today, because some people from Idaho were asking me if I would cover what's going on in Idaho with regards to trans care and trans rights and stuff. And I actually do have, like, that's one of the stories is Supreme Court Idaho BS. But the other Supreme Court story is that they're no longer allowing protest or something, or they're going to allow protest to be, like, impacted more by police presence. Hello, Kitty Tick. Welcome in. I like to write whatever my comment is going to be and then ask myself whether I'm actually whether I'm adding anything of value to the conversation. And I often find that all I wanted was the satisfaction of having had an opinion. You're just like, I'm just going to type out this thing and then delete it. Illuminati is honestly probably a better example because I used to be a fan of her content before finding out she was a content farmer and also evil. Wait, how is she evil? Just kind of unsubbed and moved on. Yeah. Is there I don't know, the 20-foot safety zone around police? Is that what the Supreme Court story is about protesting? I don't think I don't actually know if I have any specific links ready for that. I was gonna figure it out when I got there. Oh, I guess we do have, like, one bit of good news that we could talk about because the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals blocked a trans athlete ban in West Virginia. So that's some good news that we could talk about. Yeah, I don't think that I have anything about the Supreme Court up and ready. Before Illuminati was outed as a plagiarist, she had the whole sad milk drama and trying to take a former suicidal friend's house after taking his car. financial abuse, etc. Holy cow. There was a whole arc with Illuminati that I missed out on. I comment and talk more than I need to, probably. The thing I struggle most with is I tend to tell something about myself or a story from my life that is relevant, but sometimes the link is fragile. Oh, yeah, okay, so I know that Demon Mama did some videos about Illuminati. I just didn't... I was like, I don't care about this person, so I don't really need to watch these videos. I might go back and watch some of those, though, if she did some Drama Mama episodes. Ooh. And you know she's thorough. Big shout out to Demon Mama. She's in the middle of moving offices right now, but she's getting really close to 30K, and I encourage people to go subscribe if you're not already, because if you like me, then you'll like her. So yeah, somehow the plagiarism is the least concerning thing about her. Oh, so it was that the Supreme Court did not take up a case or something? What is this about protest? Supreme Court protest. I have been brought food, so I might periodically take bites. So, sorry. It smells too good for me to not take bites, so. Okay. Something about protests in 3 states. Okay, tell me. Tell me. I still occasionally look... Lady Merlin says, I still occasionally look up Illuminati just to see how few views she gets. She's even shut off her comments. True. Yeah, the Supreme Court's really like, but do we need the First Amendment? What are you supposed to do when the Supreme Court is just like, nah, we're gonna let First Amendment violations do whatever they're gonna do? Yeah, this is a Demon Mama appreciating house. I kind of think, I think that Demon Mama is sort of straying away from the explicitly political content, and it's like, it just sucks because that's what does the best on my channel. So it's like, if I want to start drifting away from it, first of all, like, it is pretty easy for me to talk about it, and there is a lot of stuff to choose from politics-wise, so it is like, what do you even replace that content with? I think that the answer is just, you have to start a second channel and start putting stuff over there and hope that it gains an audience. And then you're kind of doing a little bit of something that you hate and something that you like. I hate the phrase stack the court, because it makes it sound like a bad thing. Like when people say, oh, the Democrats are going to stack the court, like on several occasions in US history, a president has added slots to the Supreme Court in order to increase their influence on the Supreme Court. But it's like, why is it a bad thing? These old fuckers are clearly not doing a very good job. But they are doing a good job according to the people who are able to expand the number of Supreme Court justices, so... yeah, politics sure can wear a person down. Helldivers 2 gaming channel when? I have a gaming channel. Gaming, listen, that's private. I think that I'm a very rarely we will play a game on stream, but for the overwhelming most part, like video games are like a private thing that I enjoy at my own pace. Personally, I love the homesteading stuff. Listen, thank you. It's gonna be a while before I could potentially do any actual homesteady stuff. I guess in the meantime, it's like, oh, I'm gonna grow a shit ton of tomatoes this summer, so maybe I'll learn how to can tomatoes and then post a video about that on my second channel. I don't know. Yeah, when every waking moment of your life is political, it's nice to have a break from it now and then. Like, let's watch a movie. Or, like, go for a walk. Oh. I personally, and I know that this makes me like a bad leftist, but I do actually find it nice to go for a drive. Like, I am a person who I will be soothed if I go for a drive. So sometimes, I'd be wasting some gasoline. In my humble opinion, Demon Mama's best content are the gaming streams and Cooking Mama. I love Cooking Mama. It's very fun. Hello, Junebug. Welcome in. Shall we find something to watch while I devour this food really fast? What shall we watch while I devour this food real fast? It would be funny if I just put on Ty Turner's stream and just like played Ty Turner's. He's live right now. The title is Exposing My Favorite YouTubers. You're gonna judge me for real. Or I could put on one of my own videos. Do we want to react to one of my own videos? I haven't eaten yet today. Maybe I should. Yeah, maybe you should. If you have not yet eaten today, maybe it's a good time. It's like, it's the late afternoon / evening. I avoid Cooking Mama because I assume it won't be vegan. Yeah. I am sorry that I am not vegan. I agree in practice with the idea that factory farming is bad. I just disagree that you need to not consume any of animal products. Like, I just personally don't believe that. If you're reacting to your own videos, you need to go chronologically day one. Absolutely not. Most of those videos are private now. Okay, is there anything... Yeah, is there something that I can put on? Just temporarily. Should we just watch something from Hassan? What if we watched a compilation of videos of Hassan just not being present? Hassan chair compilation? How can I make sure that there's no music in this, though? It's funny that there are Hassan chair compilations, though. That's pretty amusing to me. I'm gonna take some much bigger bites when I have a video up. What if we watch something really old, but not my first video? If only there was some way to make it look like the bugs are crawling on Hassan's chair. That would be impressive. Would certainly be very impressive. It's crazy how much I forget about the videos that it's like, oh, that's a video from a couple months ago, and I don't remember... I didn't remember it until I saw the video. Yeah, the chair stream. I think I'm just gonna put on Ty Turner. I think we're just gonna do a little YouTube-ception, or a little live stream-ception for about 3 minutes so that I can wolf down this McDouble real quick. Oh, I don't have sound.
I feel like clip compilations...
Oh no, I can't hear anything.
Look at that spin.
I get my earplugs in. Earphones.
That is Dead by Daylight.
Okay.
It's a game that I'm really into.
Is he super quiet? Of course he's usually quiet.
I feel like clip compilations don't give me enough context for me to, like, be invested in the clips.
Okay, I'm just gonna wolf down this food super fast.
We'll see. This one might not be a watch for us. Bro, a legit YouTuber and doesn't have premium. I don't either. I'm not judging. No, I don't have YouTube premium. If they give it to me for free, I'll take it. But no. I mean, I watched enough YouTube videos where I
I'm
definitely
such a
could,
scrub paying for YouTube
but
Premium, truly. But you know
eh,
what? Since we watch videos on stream,
eh.
I can write it off on my taxes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, he'll break it. Ready? Now watch. Ready? The flying Glucky. The flying Glucky again.
No chance. Oh my god. Dude, I holed a Wraith twice yesterday. I felt really good about that. Like twice in a row. He fell down the hole, walked back up the stairs, tried to hit me again, fell down the hole, left. I was like, oh my god, I'm God tier gaming right now.
Honestly, Ty is doing
Flying
so
Glucky
well.
for a third
He has
time.
375,000 subscribers. Pretty impressive.
Holy shit.
Thank you, Decoy Duck, for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate that. Starting off strong.
Yo, whoever has my voodoo doll, can you please stroke it a little bit?
This guy's insane.
I just gotta have that
Oh my
shit unblocked in 30 seconds. I need 30 seconds for that thing to unblock.
All right, I feel like the clip shows don't give us enough to go off of, but it's impressive. I know, right? YouTube should give me a premium for free. I agree.
I honestly think that if you're in the ad program, they should give you YouTube Premium for free. I do have another McDouble, but I'll eat it later. But yes, in news from transphobes, Oklahoma is now telling a trans woman she can't compete with women in professional wrestling. So committed to transphobia that they're going after fake sports too. You're like faking injuries. You're letting yourself get thrown. Like, there's so much BS going on in professional wrestling. Like, it's all just for the funsies. It's just for the lamaus. Yeah, it's theater, truly. But they've also, you know, gone after trans women in darts, and there was some dance competition as well. Like, really, in dance competitions or in croquet, chess, you know, stage combat and soap opera. Yeah, it's stage combat. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Oh my god, excuse me. Yeah, the chess thing just absolutely is super dumb. I'm sorry, I triggered everybody by bringing up chess. Excuse me. I feel like if they're going for wrestling, they'll next say that trans women have an advantage in playing women's roles in films. Listen, I wouldn't put it past them to be like, this is a man stealing opportunities from women, even though most of the time trans actors are not hired for non-trans roles. Doesn't wrestling have mixed gender tag teams? I have no idea. I'm not a wrestling person. Not a wrestling person. They've already gone after trans models. I know that they've complained about like Miss Universe type things. Like, ooh, like what? Are you saying that I have an unfair advantage because I had to spend $50,000 on like a brow reduction? Yeah, trans women playing women in movies? What is this, Shakespeare? It's real dumb. But yes, I'm thinking about wolfing down this other McDouble, because it didn't take me very long to eat the first one. We can just skip back to the where we're live on a Ty Turner thing, if y'all are willing to be patient. You listen, when you're provided with food while you're streaming, it's such a good thing. It's such a delightful thing to be handed food while you're working. It's good stuff. Okay, let's watch some more Ty Turner real quick. As far as pro wrestling and WWE goes, women are rarely hit by a man. Yeah. And even if they were occasionally injured, like I'm sure that men occasionally injure themselves and women injure themselves. So it's like when people are bitching about at Fallon Fox giving a woman an orbital injury during the boxing or whatever the fuck it was. But it's like it's very normal for cisgender women to give each other orbital injuries during that sport. So like what the fuck is the problem? Anyway, we're just gonna keep vibing for
I
another
need to
few
do my
minutes.
physical therapy stuff.
I also
Wrist's
need
a
to do
little
physical
sore
therapy
from
stuff.
editing. I've been making shorts. You guys see my recent shorts? Here's a problematic YouTuber. I don't know if you guys have seen him. Ty Turner. Look, I just put this up today. I think, or maybe yesterday.
Very problematic. Many people
Time
are
is weird
saying
like
this.
that, especially when my sleep's all fucked up.
The boxing thing was a
Boom,
skill
the
issue. Try
leg day.
blocking next time.
YouTube chose this thumbnail of me bending over with my ass at the camera. Because they choose the shorts thumbnails. You don't choose them yourself. Of all the clips of me lifting, YouTube was like, this one. This is the one we're gonna put front and center. I guess it's working because I mean it's got a couple thousand views. Oh gosh. I did see the short. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, and then our queer retreat one. So YouTube wants to clickbait for me. Yeah, thanks. I can't complain, you know. And I have another short that I've made that I worked
I
on
haven't been
today.
doing nearly as many shorts recently
But doing shorts
because I don't know how beneficial they are.
That's
I mean,
that's
they
what
are
I've been
clearly
doing
doing
this month.
something, but I don't know how beneficial they are, considering how much time I'm putting into doing them.
It's interesting. Buttfluencer. Exactly. Assfluence. What's problematic about him? Will Tennyson is not. Oh, are you talking about Ty? Me? Problematic? Too much to count.
Ty Turner is a trans man,
Season
so
of
he does
shorts
content
and
about
not
trans
breathing.
stuff.
Exactly.
So he is also into personal
That's right.
fitness. So sometimes he does videos
6
about personal
trainers
fitness,
versus one
and
fake.
he's into vaping. So he sometimes does videos about vape and like all kinds of shit.
He has a
He's
new one. I
also
mixed
into
every
spooky
energy
stuff, so
drink and
he likes
flavor
doing
into
videos
one drink.
that are spooky. I don't
Not
know, and
necessarily
like vlog stuff. Sometimes
sure
talks
that
about
I'm
having dogs.
interested in seeing that.
I don't know, lots of different stuff. He's pretty cool. I like him a lot.
No, you're gonna watch it with me. Then you just do that. Oh, I also have this one. I guess is workout adjacent, but unproblematic faves. Rhett and Link drank as much pre-workout as humanly
I'm so here
possible.
for it. Yeah,
I feel like I do that every day.
Today's video, they drank a lot of pre-workout. It was pretty funny.
I do that every single day. No, probably not. I think that 300 milligrams is what you're supposed to like max. I definitely surpassed that because I drink coffee all throughout the day. I make a pot and I just sip on it and I refill my cup. Have about 5 or 6 cups of coffee throughout the day, and then usually also pre-workout.
That would be way too much coffee for me.
To the gym.
And yeah, pre-workout has caffeine
Way
in it too.
Much caffeine. Way too much caffeine. And I just took a tea break from caffeine like at the beginning of the month or at the end of last month. And now it's all the way back up to like 500 grams probably is where I am.
Rhett and Lake's hair gets bigger every time I see them. I mean, yeah, Rhett, I don't know when the last time Rhett got a haircut was.
Probably the one where I mixed every energy drink and flavor into one drink. A tea break from caffeine. Seriously. Watching Rhett and Link deconstruct has been really comforting to me because my best friend recently went the other way and became kind of fanatic about Christianity. So their stories give me hope. That is so shocking. Like,
it is pretty weird for people to like become more religious. At least in this day and age, I think. Okay, we're not going to keep watching that because I have now successfully shoved 2 McDoubles down my gullet. We did it. Yay. Delicious. I think, yeah, YouTube shorts are pretty good. There's so many gnats in here right now. Yeah, our bones know the other person's chromosomes when we get hit. they get harder against XX and weaker against XY. Oh, okay, so they're exclusively gynophilic. Is that the word that we use for that? Success. We ate food. Yeah, so we mainly just have these 2 Supreme Court stories. Does anybody have any other stuff that you demand we talk about? Because otherwise, I'm perfectly content with just leaving it at those 2 stories tonight. Or I guess, like I said, there was like, I could technically cover a 3rd story. Excuse me, regarding a win, a legislative win for us. Like what had happened? That Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals said that you can't have a trans athlete ban because that violates Title IX. The real gynophiles were our bones all along. Listen, those bones get hard for the true XX. It's like a metal detector. Only when it gets close to someone with XX chromosomes does it start like vibrating and twitching and doing stuff. Mew, 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 mew. Squishy bones. Good stuff. But yeah, Ty Turner's pretty chill dude. I've been following Ty Turner for a very, very, very long time. And we have spoken a couple of times over various text DM situations. And yeah, he's pretty chill. I would hang out with him in person, but he lives like really far away, I think. So I think his girl did float it one time. She was like, "Oh, it would be cool if we could meet up in person." But that was like years ago. I think they're married now. That's so interesting. Like, I remember when they were dating and their relationship was all on again, off again. Like, because, you know, young people in their early 20s, etc., etc. And now they're married. That's wild. They were talking about their wedding, so I assumed that it was in the past tense. Very, very fun stuff. Oh, yeah, I remember we covered that last time, that trans female athletes are at a sports disadvantage on several metrics compared to cisgender women. What are... Whoa. Interesting. Okay. I'm just trying to check to see if there's anything else that we should really hit on today. We've got, 2 Supreme Court things and Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. Do we actually have an article about this, or do we just have Twitter declarations? Kind of looks like mostly just Twitter declarations when it comes to this Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals trans athletes. Okay, do we have an article here? We have one from WAPO. Does WAPO let me read it? Yes, you'll let me read it. Okay. Is everybody having a real lull Wednesday? I feel like chat, y'all are usually a lot more active. But then again, maybe I'm usually a lot more interesting. So maybe that's my fault. That's on me. Oh, goodness. I'm co-working. Like, you're working, but only partially. You are rascals. Naughty little rascals. I've just been working on my embroidery. So I will share. I'm reaching a point where I'm kind of slowing down on this because of the fact that it's very difficult to do and I've messed it up a lot and I'm finally past the point where I've messed it up a lot. But look at how big this has gotten. I've added so many rows. This is like, can I even fit it all in frame? Kind of. So just imagine it's gonna have like another 8 or 9 inches on each. Like, I'm gonna add like another 8 or 9 inches on each side, so the entire thing is still gonna get like at least 18 inches bigger. Oh boy. So my progress is slowing down a little bit. Is it gonna be a vest? No, it's just gonna be a big wall decoration. So when I get, it's gonna be kind of, you know how like a dream catcher is like suspended in a circle? It's gonna be kind of like that. So just enormous, big sun on my wall. And it's crochet, so. Have you noticed with your big projects that you get better as you go along? It's funny to look at my projects and be able to tell where I started and finished based on quality alone. I would say my crochet, like, sometimes I can see different moods that I was in different parts of the project. Like, oh, my stitches were a little bit more relaxed here. Maybe I was working it up a little bit faster and I was feeling more relaxed. And then, oh, my stitches here are a little bit tight. Maybe I was feeling kind of stressed and anxious while I was working that part because my stitches get tighter the more I feel like I need them to be perfect. So, yeah, they do kind of reflect different moods, though. There's a couple of rows where I'm sure I'll see it and be like, oh, I can see that those are really kind of tight. And they don't need... Yeah, I can see when I'm stressed on a project. It's not so interesting. Like, I'm trying to do my relaxation task, but all my tension is going into the yarn. So funny. Ooh, yeah, sorry, Decoy Duck. Earlier, you gave me a dono. Thank you. Let me add it to the number. Go up. Burr. If y'all got a tax return, feel free to share the love. Appreciate you. Self-employment tax. It's a B word. What a great mixture. I just ate 2 McDoubles, and now I'm gonna drink some coffee. Shout out to my mother-in-law for getting me this rainbow gnome coffee mug that says love on the inside. A bunch. You can't see it because of the glare. Ooh, there it is. Now you can see it better. It just says love a bunch of different times. Amigurumi, tension good. Lacy crochet, not so much. Yeah, you need it to be able to like pull and stretch on the lacy ones. The thing I like best about this mug is the nice little lip that it has. It's quite nice. And it's kind of fun that it covers up like most of my entire face when I drink out of it. It's pretty amusing as well. All right. Let's get down to business to defeat the Huns. But actually, instead of defeating the Huns, we're just gonna read some news. So what do we want to do first? We got 3 things tonight. Puts me in Fairy Festival mode. Ooh, is Fairy Festival like a Renaissance Festival type thing? What's the deal? I'm curious. We're about halfway in the year between when like Renaissance festivals tend to be in my area, so it's like, man, gotta wait until way later. Gray Info, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Enjoy your, I think, blue name and your dicks. That seems to be one of the favorite emojis, is the dicks emoji. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. Uh-oh. Yes. Now I have chat back. Okay, there you are, chat. I missed you. Oh, Fairy Festival is just an anytime kind of thing? Okay, that makes sense. gonna art and lurk for a while. Yes. Yeah, you like the. That was just from a stream of me going rawr, rawr, and now that's the sound. So here's the 3 stories that we have. Okay, we have the Idaho Supreme Court ruling. So was it the Idaho Supreme Court or was it the Supreme Court Supreme Court? Okay, yeah, it's the Supreme Court of the United States is going to allow Idaho to enforce its ban on gender affirming care for trans youth, which is a felony ban. So does that mean that, like, according to the federal level, like, okay, we'll talk about the implications later. I don't want to get into it. Hold on. Hold your horses. The second story is that the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals has ruled that a transgender middle school student cannot be barred from participating in cross-country running and track along with other girls. So that's good news. And then our last item today is the Supreme Court effectively abolishes the right to mass protest in 3 U.S. states because they decided to leave a lower court decision in place that it has something to do with so if a protest organizer in either Louisiana, Mississippi, or Texas, if there is any violence or financial issues at a protest, then the organizers of that protest could be held fiscally responsible. Like, they could have a huge fine if someone at the protest they organized commits an illegal act, which of course means that there is going to be more psyops. But anyway, those are the 3 wondrous topics we have today. Do we have any opinions on what order we should do things in? Do we save the good story for last? We just knock out the Supreme Court shit 1-2 punch? There's always the question: how to responsibly cover the news. I kind of feel like if we're gonna have, like, annoyance and doom and gloom happening, then we might as well do it in the middle of the show, and then at the end of the show we can be like, yay, we covered something positive. Now we can kind of talk some shit about positive things at the end of the show and then wrap up, kind of thing. You know what I mean? It seems like that's a decent way to do things. We just got to prevent ourselves because these are, like, okay, 2 Supreme Court decisions where they really fuck us all over. And then this is a court, like a Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. So if whoever was suing to prevent this girl from participating in the sports, they're going to appeal the decision up to the Supreme Court. So then it'll be in the hands of the Supreme Court. Yeah, just a little good news as a treat. A little good news. Oh my goodness. Legends say if an XXX and XYY cross their bones or cross paths, their bones will fuse them into one being. One quadruple X double Y being. They keep all the chromosomes. That's how it works. My headache is still steady. It's holding steady. It's not getting worse. So I know you were concerned, so I just wanted to make sure that you knew the lowdown, which is that I still have a headache. Okay. I guess let's start with Idaho, since some people specifically asked me to cover this anyway. Whew, good grief. Okay, a little bit of water beforehand, though. Okay, more water. You can never drink enough water. I mean, I'm sure you can. I'm sure with water, there's a certain point where you reach a toxicity level, but I'm assuming most people can't drink enough water to get there. Okay. Let me make a quick little change to the stream here. Okay, I just wanted to update the stream title. Change it a little bit, maybe make it a little bit more exciting to come in here. Supreme Court's first anti-trans ruling. Because I do think that this might be the first time our Supreme Court has fucked over one of these particular laws. Okay, we'll talk about it in a second. Let's get this intro done. Some people who are living in Idaho recently asked me to go over all the things that have been going on there because, you know, like I live in Kansas, so I'm kind of focused on what's happening here. And then Florida is the other main player, it feels like. But there are anti-trans laws being introduced and passing all over the gosh darn place. And I have a very big story from Idaho. And so I don't know that I'll necessarily end up covering all the many different things that are going on there, but we will at least cover this one that is a pretty major bad thing, especially because the Supreme Court has ruled that this particular anti-trans law gets to stay in place. So this has to do with whether trans youth can get health care. Idaho has been passing other laws that have to do with bathrooms and all kinds of stuff. But so in particular, we're going to be talking about this Supreme Court ruling on this trans healthcare thing, trans youth healthcare. So Idaho passed a ban on gender affirming care for trans youth, and it's a felony ban. It makes trans care punishable by up to 10 years in prison for doctors who provide it to anyone under the age of 18. This ruling was not based on the merits of gender affirming care. This addressed broad injunctions and a lower court's ability to block a law fully at the earliest stages, which is a pet issue for some conservative justices who choose to take decisive action when trans lives are at stake. The immediate impact is absolutely clear. Trans individuals will be barred from obtaining gender-affirming care in Idaho, except for only 2 plaintiffs, despite no rationale for how a ban is supposed to work for everyone except those 2 plaintiffs when doctors are broadly barred from providing this care. So in this particular instance, there was a challenge to Idaho's felony ban on gender-affirming care. In December 2023, a federal judge ruled that the ban was likely unconstitutional, ruling in favor of the 2 trans minor plaintiffs, so the 2 trans youth. The judge stated that the right to obtain medically necessary care for your children is, quote, deeply rooted in this nation's history and tradition. Oh, stop using this phrase. Don't use this phrase. This is a meaningless phrase. Like, I hate this because it is not a legal concept. Like, it's one of the things that bothers me so much about this. That's not a legal concept. Oh, this is deeply rooted in our nation's history and traditions. How about it's not, like, illegal to do it? And, like, you have the 9th Amendment that says just because you don't explicitly have the right to do something based on this Bill of Rights that we've made doesn't mean that you don't have the right to do it. How about, like, that phrase is one of those things that it's like the courts have just invented something that has nothing to do with any actual practical law, or like it has nothing to, it's that phrase. I don't believe that is in any of our amendments. Like, why are you making a law? Like, you're setting down precedent based on whether things are rooted in this nation's history and traditions. Even in this instance where they're using this rationale to do something that I agree with, I'm still, like, real mad because, like, how is that going to hold up under any actual scrutiny? Like, I just don't understand. But apparently, so Aaron gives this judge credit and says that, like, they're using this phrasing as hopefully a preemptive strike against that language being used to justify bans on trans care if that case should ever reach the Supreme Court. Where did chat go? I clicked away from chat. Oopsie doopsie. There we go. And it's especially stupid because the origin of the phrase deeply rooted in our nation's history, like it comes from this, it comes from the Dobbs case where they were like, okay, we can't protect the rights to abortion because it's not deeply rooted in this nation's history, which is also frankly just ahistorical. When people wrote about the American Revolution, they wrote about it and described it as an abortion from Britain, and they meant that as a good thing. Like, abortion was considered normal and acceptable and a good thing, and something that was equivocated with the high value concept of freedom. Like, abortion from, like, we are aborting America from the British colonies. Like, that was desirable for them. So it's just also stupid that like even the original instance of saying this is not deeply rooted in this nation's history and traditions, like, you're dead wrong. You're wrong. Wrong. So apparently the judge issued a preliminary injunction which prevented the state from enforcing the law on anyone while the court process played out. So during the breadth of that injunction, it was the breadth of the injunction that came under dispute in the Supreme Court, not issues directly related to the constitutionality of trans care. Attorneys for the state of Idaho argued that the injunction was too broad and that the state should be allowed to enforce the law on everyone except for the plaintiffs. This is so dumb and annoying. Although it's not uncommon for this to be the way that this goes down. We just covered a partial win in Florida where a judge said you cannot enforce this law about requiring certain pronouns to be used in the school environment. Like, you can't force this teacher to go by pronouns that she doesn't want to go by. But it's still working its way through the courts. So they're basically like, well, on our preliminary look at it, we're going to say, no, you cannot enforce this law on this one woman. It's not a statewide injunction. So it is, I guess, within the breadth of normality for them to argue, hey, if you pause this law across the whole state, that's too much. But I personally don't see why you should be allowed to enforce a law if its constitutionality is being debated in the courts. Like, it just seems to me as though you would want to avoid accidentally infringing on someone's constitutional rights. You know, like, it just seems like one of those things that as a country, given our stated values, you would think that they would want to, like, err on the side of caution when it comes to potentially infringing on people's constitutional rights. Because that's what the courts are ultimately deciding on. They're deciding on, does this law follow our ultimate law, which is the Constitution? So that's just me. That's just my logic. Is I would say, oi, if this law's constitutionality is being debated, you can't enforce it on anybody. Like, I feel like the standard should be really high on, like, if you're creating new laws that infringe on people's ability to do things, like if you're trying to limit people's ability to do things, there should be like a pretty high bar and it should be pretty rigorous, you know? For example, it makes sense to me that you need to take a class in order to get a hunting license. It also makes sense to me that you need to purchase a certain number of tags for how many deer you plan on killing that year, because we're trying to limit the population of deer but not let things get out of hand. And you have to take the class so that you know what the rules are with regards to hunting. You know, you got to make sure you're not doing things at the wrong time of the year. You got to make sure that if you're required to wear a special color vest, you're wearing that vest. You know, some laws make a lot of sense on, like, limiting your freedoms. You don't have the freedom to just go out there and kill an unlimited number of deer. Yeah, I know. Sorry, I got a little bit off track there. Clearly, I've been thinking about certain things lately. Okay, so let's see. So basically, the situation that this creates is that if there's anybody else in the state of Idaho who does not want this law to be enforced on them, they would have to go seek an exception from a court and be like, hey, can you please put an injunction on us as well? Like, can you also make it so that we can continue to access care? Attorneys for the plaintiffs pointed out that the broad injunction was necessary because the plaintiffs were using pseudonyms to preserve their anonymity, and therefore without a broad preliminary injunction, doctors would be unlikely to continue offering care, thus making it impossible for the plaintiffs to access that care even with a ruling in their favor. And in doing so, they would have to forfeit their anonymity. Yeah, so these are two children. They're under the age of 18. So in order to, like, you're barring this type of healthcare across the whole state. So what doctor are they supposed to see if you're basically shutting it down across the state? And you're making it a felony, to be clear. They're making it a felony with a 10-year punishment. Let's see. Yeah. Punishable by up to 10 years in prison for doctors who provide it to those under 18. So this is a punishment exclusively for the doctors. So if you're saying to these doctors, hey, we're making this a felony, what are you supposed to, if you're one of the parents of these two trans youth, are you supposed to call and be like, hey, I know that the law says that it's a felony for you to provide this, but it's not a felony for you to provide it to my individual child because of the temporary injunction that was placed on only their case? Is that doctor going to believe you? Are you going to have to bring in your court documents? And then your kid is one of the only 2 kids in the entire state who gets to be on this healthcare. Guys, you can tell physically if someone is on puberty blockers or hormones. Like, you can tell. So these children are going to have to sacrifice their anonymity in order to continue getting access to the care. God forbid they are seen in the doctor's office by someone like who knows them and then could out them. Like, there's a reason why the privacy of minors is protected in court cases. Okay. Is there anything else in here? So, of course, it was the conservative majority of the court agreed with reversing the injunction and thereby allowing the law to go in effect for everyone except the plaintiffs in this case. Excuse me. A plurality signed on to Justice Gorsuch's opinion, stating that the ability of judges to issue broad preliminary injunctions should be muted. Oh my God, no! That's the opposite. It should be expanded. You should have injunctions. It should be so easy to have injunctions. If the constitutionality, they apparently didn't have very much to say about the specific constitutionality of the law itself. Although Justices Kavanaugh and Barrett wrote in their separate concurrence that they believe the state may have a likelihood of success on the merits, stating that the merits here, as Kavanaugh described in his opinion, are about the scope of the injunction. So this may not necessarily signal that their votes on the challenges to the gender-affirming care bans. Okay. So it's unclear still whether this court is going to take up the issue of, like, the constitutionality of trans healthcare. I mean, I guess that's a good thing, because I've basically, it's a bad thing in that it leaves it up to the individual jurisdictions. And so, the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals may find that you should have trans care, but then the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals may decide that you don't get to have trans care as a youth. So, yeah. On the one hand, it would be nice to have the Supreme Court say, yeah, listen, everybody gets to have fucking bodily autonomy, except that there have apparently been court cases in the past at the Supreme Court level where they have determined that constitutional protections don't necessarily apply to children. So they could just, use that precedent to argue that any argument about children having constitutional rights can just kind of be hand-waved away. Mom says there's only one gender and it's my turn on it. True. Up next, elective surgery. God made you perfect the way you are. Except that they're always going to have exceptions for goddamn circumcision and altering intersex babies. The problem is making it easier for judges to do injunctions means it is easier for all of them. It was a judicial injunction that messed with gay marriage after Prop 8 failed. Yeah. I guess I just feel like they're like, I don't know, maybe it's my particular window that I see things happening through, but it looks to me as though there are more frequently questions of constitutionality with regards to these laws that are clearly attacking people's rights, you know? Like, you don't see it as often, I guess, laws that are like laws being questioned. I don't know. That's a really interesting point, though. Like, so someone questioned the constitutionality of gay marriage, and so that was an expansion of rights that was being questioned, basically. Like, is this expansion of rights in line with the Constitution? But I don't think we see that as much lately. Like, this expansion of rights is against the Constitution. Although, to be fair, that is the kind of challenge that we might start to see. You could see it in a progressive state where they've passed some sanctuary protections for trans people. They might be like, oh, well, this is not constitutional. Therefore, this expansion of rights needs to be limited. It's interesting, though. Foreskin is canonically God's mistake. The Bible is a weird book. So yeah, if you're making your nation a Christian nation, you know, you might profess to have the value of not harming children or not altering children, or like not wanting anybody to have elective surgery, but then you're going to allow surgery on babies who are too young to receive anesthesia effectively. Excuse me. So I guess it's good that this particular decision does not immediately impact, you know, anti-trans laws on the merits. This just for now means that, like, mostly this case is going to impact judges who want to issue preliminary injunctions to block statewide laws. They might have to only offer preliminary injunctions to the individual plaintiffs. They might not be able to block it for the whole state. Of course, yeah, Aaron points out that that does not really provide much consolation to trans people in Ohio, trans young people who are going to have to go without access to their medication, even though 2 courts have ruled that the law blocking them is likely unconstitutional. There's also going to be questions about broad preliminary injunctions nationwide on trans topics. Like, we likely cannot expect each student to take their school to federal court every time they want to challenge an individual bathroom ban in their local high school, for instance. So, yeah. Anytime a state passes a law that is broadly enjoined at the preliminary stage by lower courts, this issue will arise, and it has surfaced in many other cases as well. Is this antithetical to what the idea of America is all about? I think where we get tripped up here is believing in the professed values, what people say America's about. Like, because we, I think, grew up with this narrative that America is all about freedom and it's all about individual responsibility and it's all about blah, blah, blah. It's a great American melting pot. Did anybody else watch what were those called? Schoolhouse Rock? Great American melting pot. Like, those were all lies, is the problem. If you hadn't been taught this, it's a narrative, it's fake. If you hadn't been taught this narrative that America is, you know, it's a place where your freedom is a priority and your autonomy is a priority and diversity is a priority. It's the problem of listening to what people say over listening to what they do. You know, we all learned when we were little, actions speak louder than words. So, you know, you can say you're sorry, but you should stop hitting your classmate, because the action of you being nice is going to say more than your words. You just said sorry. Like, okay, well, you might encourage a little kid to say sorry and give them a hug, and then also have changed behavior as part of the apology. Like, you just have to stop assuming that when people do things that are against their professed beliefs, you have to stop assuming that that's just an aberrant mistake, and that, like, oh, everybody slips every once in a while. Sure, everybody slips every once in a while, but I think it's been pretty clear that America does not prioritize freedom. It prioritizes power for certain groups, but it, like, the whole system is predicated on a lot of people not having the freedom. Like, the fact that you don't have the freedom to move somewhere else means, like, so states are incentivized to make sure that people who live there either don't want to move away or can't move away, so that you continue stimulating the economy of the state where you live. So they're incentivized to keep you poor. They're incentivized to tax you a lot, because that keeps you poor, and it means that they can extract the maximum from you. I live in Kansas, and we have shit public services, and the cost of living is really low, and yet state taxes are incredibly high. Real weird. Like, they're just trying to extract out as much as they can from you. It's a benefit to them that you are not, like, powerful enough economically or otherwise to leave or to respond, like retaliate when they're limiting your rights. Like, how rich is it that I had to pay taxes to the state of Kansas this year when they have made it basically not possible for me to use public restrooms safely? Yeah, Kitty Tick says we need to stop believing that America is what it said that it was, because it is a giant hamster wheel with a meat grinder under it for the people who fall out. It doesn't sound like a functioning country. Yeah, it's crazy how much authoritarian governments they work pretty well. Like, if you think about how long the monarchy has lasted in Britain, and for a huge portion of time, that monarchy was doing active monarchy stuff. Like, there wasn't a parliament, or if there was, the parliament didn't have very much power. You know, at this time, Britain makes itself look like it's more of a democracy because you vote for your members of parliament, but functionally it's still like a monarchy. It's unpopular for the monarch to step in and make pronouncements for parliament, but, like, the fact is that authoritarian governments do have a tendency to last for a while. Oh my god, the yawning. I have not been sleeping well, y'all. It really looks more like a dictatorship. I mean, it's not explicitly a dictatorship, but it is an oligarchy that has been heavily rigged to work in a particular way. There's a bit in BoJack Horseman where one of the characters, like, this guy is like, oh, well, the Supreme Court just made it legal for me to do something really messed up. And the person is in disbelief. They're like, oh my god, what? Like, they can't have made it legal for you to do that. And then they look it up and, like, yeah, it's true. They did pass this law or whatever. And the character's like, oh my god, but you know the president is not going to sign it. And the guy's like, really? And she's like, okay, but the Supreme Court. Okay, I get it. Or, yeah, so it's like, it passes the Senate. And then she's like, okay, but the House of Representatives. And the guy's like, really? And the character's like, oh, but the president, really? But the Supreme Court? Okay, I get it. And it's just like, it's a funny bit, but it's only funny in that it has this, like, macabre futility about it that, like, literally that our country is completely out of our control. You know, that the shtick is like the specific law is that it's now legal for billionaires to just murder people. Like that's the law that has passed. Like wait, you can't. It's not legal for you to murder people. Like yeah, the law just passed actually. Like oh, but the checks and balances surely will prevent this from becoming law. But this billionaire is like, really? And yeah, that's how it works. This country is owned by billionaires. What a cheery segment. Let me add that to my stream notes. I think that was just about all. Murders only on Wednesdays. Yep. What's up, Andes? All right, let's put this in my notes. Supreme Court, Idaho. Where are you at, chat? Welcome back. If it makes you feel any better, every country is ruled by billionaires. Oh gosh. Things will get better for us, I'm sure of it. It'll take some time, though. Hard disagree, but that's an opinion. In my humble opinion, things are going to get worse until we are facing actual economic collapse. It's going to be really fascinating to see what happens over the next 5 or 10 years, politically speaking. Because I know what's going to happen over the next 5 to 10 years climate-wise, and, like, food shortages-wise, and prices, oh man, all those things, they're gonna get worse. But politics, like, is there gonna be, like, who's gonna win the election, I guess, is like the main question. Like, who's gonna win the election and what's gonna happen? If Trump wins, then there's gonna be a rapid accelerationism that might result in either a communist revolution or a fascist revolution. More likely a fascist revolution. Well, actually, I wonder if the fascist revolution is actually more likely if Biden wins. Because I feel like, it's hard for me to say if this election is going to be close or not. Because on the one hand, it feels like Trump is losing more and more support, but also it feels like Biden is losing more and more support. And I think that Republicans have more I'm going to vote for this guy no matter what sensation than Democrats do. Like, I do think that the whole Palestine thing is like Biden has really screwed the pooch on that. But I don't know what percentage of Democrats even are paying attention, much less are going to change their vote for, not vote for him. What if Earth wins the lottery? Like we get hit by a meteor that's made of ice and it cools the planet down. Listen, careful what you wish for. If we get hit by a meteor that's made of ice, it's gonna have some kind of freaky fucking microscopic alien in there. It's gonna be absolute ground zero. That would be real bad. Doomerism feels like giving up. I rather stay feisty. Yeah, I think doomerism does sort of imply a certain amount of lie down and rot connotation. I don't believe in lying down and rotting. Like, I can say that I think that everything is going to go to shit, but my perspective on that is like, because everything is inevitably going to go to shit, therefore we need to do X, Y, Z. I, for one, welcome our new alien overlords. I'm voting for the alien. Have y'all seen that guy who's changed his name to, quote, literally anybody else? And he's launched a jokey presidential campaign? Why vote for the lesser evil? Through 2024? Oh man, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. I'm powering through this headache. It's like not a bad enough headache that I want to take any medicine for it, but it's just enough of a headache that I'll complain about it a little bit. It's a little bit better now that I've, been drinking water and I've been drinking coffee. I got to the coffee really late today, and I normally don't have a caffeine problem because this is decaf, but I think today it was just like too many issues on top of each other. 72 people in here, 59 likes. Can we get to 69? Can we pump up those numbers? The term doomer has been hijacked. I'm in doomer communities, and we're just acknowledging all the shit that's in the news and reading scientific papers and saying that there's no reason to be optimistic because things are fucked. That kind of makes sense. So are you saying that the concept of doomerism has been co-opted by people who are outside the community and are saying like, oh, you guys are just pessimistic? Like, you guys are just dragging everybody down. Whereas if you are somebody who self-identifies as a doomer, it does not necessarily imply that you're giving up, but rather that you're just being realistic. Because that's how I feel. I'm being realistic about what's going to happen. And the fact that things are bad is not my fault. And you pretending that they're not bad is not going to change the fact. You accusing me of being a pessimist is not going to make the situation more optimistic. It makes doomers sound like we are anti-action, and we are not that. Okay, yeah, because I do think that's one of the assumptions, is that doomers are like, oh, well, everything's terrible, therefore we're just gonna die. Or therefore there's no point to doing anything. It's not depression. It's not like, oh, there's no point to doing anything. It's, how can we be realistic? Yeah, hope for the best, but plan for the worst. I don't even, like, hoping for the best for me right now is like hoping that the food shortages are not as widespread as I know that they will be. Like, it just feels so fake to me. If I'm trying to be like, ooh, let's hope for the best, or let's try to be optimistic, it just feels like delusional to me. Like, genuinely, it feels like I am refusing to engage with reality on some level. Being a doomer in this climate is a perfectly reasonable reaction. Everybody who's good is trying their best, but it seems there are just too many bad actors getting in the way of progress. Yeah. I think a lot of good people are just disaffected and they don't feel like they can make any difference, you know? The real problem is all these people making it sound like we can fix the world by using paper straws when really we need much, much, much bigger changes. Yeah. I can try my best to, recycle as much as I can, but I don't have any control over the fact that the recycling plant is just going to throw away a certain percentage of the plastic stuff because plastic recycling is by and large a myth. It doesn't matter even if I recycle every single piece of plastic that I have as a waste product is able to be recycled. That doesn't change the fact that industrialized corporate fishing boats are dumping their plastic netting into the water, and it's created an entire fucking island of trash. It's like 90% fishing nets. Like, I can't do anything about that. I mean, I as an individual would have a very hard time doing something about that in a short period of time. I'm sure a concerted effort of numerous people becoming boatmen could potentially address that problem. Yeah, truly, maybe the problem here isn't a fringe community of online people who are pessimistic, but rather the entire infrastructure of capitalism. I think it's hard for people to accept how little influence they have. Yeah, and it's hard to, like I was saying about the BoJack Horseman bit, where it's like, oh, this billionaire, they've lobbied to have it legal for billionaires to commit murder. Unfortunately, I think the character in the scene who is like, but the Supreme Court, but surely the checks and balances are going to prevent things. Like, I think, unfortunately, part of that character's journey is accepting that most of these problems are beyond the scope of their ability to change. Like, that character starts off as like, ooh, I'm gonna get out here and I'm gonna say my piece and we're gonna change things and I'm gonna hold you accountable. And then gradually, like after repeated failures, really, like failures to change anything, and like the status quo continues being what it is, eventually that character does kind of end up being like, you know, maybe I don't fucking enjoy being the bad guy in every situation. Like maybe I don't like it when people send me death threats because I am speaking out about this political issue. And like that character ends up kind of being much happier when they come to accept that things are beyond their control and that like the only thing that they can do is find happiness in their personal life. I take some issue with the fact that that is the way that story goes, because I think that it is in some ways like a placation, or like that it does on some level have the message that if you're a firebrand activist, if you're an outspoken feminist, if you're outspoken for your particular social cause, then everybody's going to think you're annoying, nothing is going to change, and you'll feel much better if you just accept that things suck. Like, that is kind of the message, ultimately, that the show has about that particular issue. Yeah, we love Greta Thunberg, and she's awesome, but if she can't make things better, then what hope do we have? Like, you know, she knows that the image of herself that she needs to sell at this point is a woman who keeps getting arrested for trying to protect the climate and trying to protect the environment. And she's starting to say things on the news like, we are not going to be able to use our government systems to fix this problem. She is not outwardly advocating for what kinds of tactics she's suggesting, but she is out here going like, yeah, we are not going to fix this problem legislatively, effectively. Ooh. Yeah, Remy, I agree that there needs to be some reimagining what the new world is going to look like, but it's hard to do that when you have people who are like, it's more important for me to own a semi-automatic weapon than it is to protect the lives of school children. Like, how do you build a world with those people? How do you build a world with people who think that trans people are like pedophiles just by virtue of what we are? You can't, exactly. But like, so what do we do? Like, there's not a good way forward when people are so polarized. Like, I guess you just have to have a bigger problem. But we know, like, I think that it's fair to say that there will still be homophobia, even if there's like a bunch of climate catastrophes. If we're in a literal zombie apocalypse situation, you are still gonna, like, you're gonna be a gay couple running around trying to find shelter, and there's gonna be, like, you're gonna end up getting shot knowingly, like, up by a homophobe who knows that you're not a zombie, because, like, I just don't know how to get over those kind of biases, because I do genuinely think that even in survival situations, these people's bigotries run deep enough. The main reason I consider myself a doomer is, other people being very easily swayed by billionaire propaganda. Humans can't figure out the right people to empower. We certainly keep trying. In Manhunt, there actually is a group of TERFs killing trans people in the zombie apocalypse. Is that a game? I'm assuming that's a game. Hey, we got to 70 likes. We passed 69. So it's extra nice. It's going to be great if this channel ever grows to a point where I can be like, hey, let's get to 420 likes. Good grief, it's going to be a long, long time. Oh, it's a book. Okay. Yeah. like the purge. I'm so sure that there are going to be people deliberately killing committing homophobic hate crimes if there's a situation where there's not like protections. Well, that was actually the time in between topics. I was like, I considered myself done with the Idaho Supreme Court topic a while ago. All of that part is not going in the video. Boomerism need to game over. The way I see it, they built this hellscape right in front of our eyes, under our noses. We can build a better world secretly, silently. We just need something big, a paradigm shift everyone can get behind. I'm just, like, again, I am comforting myself knowing that a lot of the people who are violently anti-trans and anti-queer and anti-black and all that stuff, those people are also climate change deniers. So they are going to die soon because they are not going to be able to face reality. Whereas I'm fully accepting that the climate is changing, and that's why I'm going to move somewhere safer, where I'm going to be able to like grow food and live near other people who can grow food and generally not get absolutely cucked by the heat index. My ear is kind of weird right now. Oh, finally. I've had like this zit or something in my ear for such a long time, and I finally got the stuff out of it. Oh man. Nice. I just think you need to do the things you can do. I think we're all more capable of doing things than we think we are. Personally, I hope to basically start a lifestyle/art school and educate people on self-sustainability and creativity. If I could potentially teach a couple hundred people across my life, it will help because of the 7 degrees of separation. Yeah, because it ripples out. What I focus on is the world has been this bad or worse before and righted itself. The pollution and climate change will be rough, but we handled the Dust Bowl after 30 years. Yeah. I mean, I personally feel that this is worse than it has been ever before. Like, particularly with the natural disasters are gonna rapidly get worse. Like, you know, we've been seeing these projections of like, okay, the climate is getting warmer, you know, we're trending warmer. But this past year, this past winter, it was very different than usual. So we're going to be, you know, we're going to see increased blight from these, you know, bugs that are not appropriately dying back during the winter. We're also going to see more disease from the bugs not dying back during the winter because we'll have more mosquitoes and ticks. Yeah, the CO2 isn't going to go away for a very long time. I'm scared because transphobia is on the rise and I'm in Canada. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Jennifer. It does suck. Like, you're in a country that, you know, people always say that Canada is like more liberal than the USA, but you guys are usually just a couple years behind us in all the messed up stuff that we do. So I personally am of the opinion that like progressive states in the United States are going to be safer than moving to Canada or some other country, you know? Only one planet left. Only one planet left. Yup. Okay, so we have one more Supreme Court segment and then one positive segment. Yeah, it's going to be a very different world. I want to live to see what happens over the next 60 years or so. I think if I'm alive for another 50 or 60 years, I will consider those years well counted, for sure. I'm excited for it. I'm not going to say I'm particularly excited for it. It's like, I don't know if I would have chosen to become a food production homestead without the pressure of climate change and all that. I'm having a baby, so I can't be scared for the future because they need one. I guess that makes sense. If you have a kid, I can see that feeling like, okay, you need to be optimistic. You need to create a positive future for them. Like, you can't succumb to a belief that they are going to grow up in a bad world. I'll Kitty Tick, I'll try to I think I know what county you live in. I'm not going to live too far away. We'll be able to trade things. I was planning this since I was a kid before we really knew this was hugely a problem. I just always wanted to be independent. Yeah, I mean, I'm super glad. I don't know that I would have chosen it. Like, if there weren't any political persecution or climate change stuff, I think I would be happy buying a really nice house, like, in Kansas. You know, like, I could see us, like, let's just get a really nice house and maybe, like, enough land for us to have a garden together that we're happy with. And potentially enough space to, like, do projects outdoors. Like, if my partner and I are huge dorks and we want to build an outdoor forge, it would be great for us to have space to do that. Like, yeah, if I had the option, I think that would probably be ideal. But, you know, I mean, it's already, like, damn near 90 degrees. It's fucking April. It's been in the 80s, which is like, what did we say? Is it like 32 C? It's hot. Like, it's like 30 degrees Celsius, 80 degrees Fahrenheit. It's too fucking hot for it to be April. So it's just going to stay that way. Yeah, all the investment funds also bought up all the houses. Yeah. Even in Kansas, the housing market is fucking crazy right now. There are, like, programs that help people buy houses and stuff, like your first home buyer programs type things. So we could, if we weren't moving somewhere else, we could potentially do the whole first home, second home thing. Trans rights are slowly getting better in Germany. Sadly, the knobheads are adding Republican speech. Oh no. It's insidious. It's crossing the known Western world. You might even call it a social contagion. All this transphobia spreading everywhere. It's certainly not natural, you know? It's certainly not cropping up naturally. Excuse me. Things are going crazy lately. I gotta get a bunch of trees cut down over this summer so I can build stuff next summer with them. Sadly, it takes a year for the wood to be ready without a kiln. And you gotta keep gotta keep the wood dry. I might actually build a 20-foot log kiln. Like, just build a kiln that's big enough to... Because instead of waiting an entire year to use the lumber... Oh, man. Rapid onset gender hysteria. Truly, rapid onset gender hysteria. They are losing their fucking minds. Does one log a day. How many trees are you cutting down? Are the trees taller than 20 foot? Green woodworking has been a thing for generations as well. I love the idea of, like, building fencing with living willow. OMG. It makes me very excited. And, like, you continue pruning the sides, and so they stay nice and beautiful white cross-hatching. But then, as they get taller, you can just let the tops grow up. And then they're just like a tree on the top. So you could have lattice work up like 5 foot, and then just trees. I have a lot of 80+ foot trees that need to be thinned out. Holy cow. Do you thin them out? Because otherwise there'll be fire? What was the SCOTUS ruling? I missed it. You missed one. I'll recap. So it's not like a really... It doesn't talk about the merits of the case. But in Idaho, there is a felony ban on trans youth care. And initially there were judges that said, hey, this is probably unconstitutional, so we're going to put in a statewide injunction. But the lawyers were like, well, a statewide injunction is an overreach. So the Supreme Court deemed that the statewide injunction was too much. So they can only put an injunction on the law for the 2 minor children who were receiving trans care and who challenged this law. So they did not rule on the constitutionality of whether it's okay to have a felony ban on trans care. So that still remains to be seen. And that's the only thing that we've done a segment on. We still have a couple more segments. We're reducing the tree count per acre, helping drought-proof the woods, also installing rainwater cisterns. Okay, so basically, like, if you have these really old trees, you're cutting them down now rather than letting them die where they stand, because if they die where they stand, then they are going to be more likely to catch fire, or maybe having fewer trees means they're going to be consuming less water and therefore the land will stay wetter. Is that part of it? I don't remember what a cistern is. I hear cistern and I think like medieval toilet. I don't know if that's accurate or not. I learned recently that in castles, in medieval castles, there would be like, you know, in the outer wall, there would be like a little room that would jut out of the outer wall, and there would be a hole in it, and you would just do your business out the hole, down the side of the castle wall, into the moat. So moats would have had human waste in them, which kind of tracks because you've seen like old, you know, movies of people swimming through moats, but it actually, you know, obviously it would be an extra line of defense if the moat was like so nasty that you couldn't swim through it without swimming through human shit. They told us on the castle tour sometimes invaders would climb up through those castle toilet holes. Yeah, I mean, if they're low enough, I suppose. A cistern is an underground water holder. Okay, cool. Yeah. And castles would have had a lime wash on the outside. So you're talking about like a white castle with just brown streaks going down it. Typically, they didn't have the bathroom holes on the front-facing part of the castle. With a rainwater cistern, basically rainwater flows in and it slowly gets let out into the local ground. Then if you have 2 or 3 months without rain, the trees will have water and you are safer from bark beetles. Cool. I'm sure I'm going to have to learn about all kinds of shit like that. Because a lot of the land that's available to buy out there has a lot of trees on it. And sometimes, like, they're selling the land explicitly going, hey, there's mature trees on here. You could get some loggers out here and make some money. It's like, I guess it's better to, like, okay, yeah, wood is fucking expensive. You might as well just mill your own lumber. Or have it milled. Probably be less expensive than buying 2x4s. Good grief. Stacy's mom turned me into a frog. Hold on. I gotta find that on whatever website I was on. I did share it recently. Hold on. Let me share it with you. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Stacy's mom. Come on. Stacy's mom turned me into a frog. I shared it recently. Oh, okay, here it is. It's like, Stacy's mom turned me into a frog. I'm eating flies and live inside a log. Stacy, can't you see? She has placed a spell on me. Now I'm in a bog and look just like a small green frog. Like, it's very entertaining to me because I enjoyed the song Stacy's Mom when I was young, when I was a youngster, when I was a young boy. No, now that's My Chemical Romance. That's a different thing. You want to cut back plants like rhododendrons because they can grow all the way to the treetops and carry the fire up high. Not good. Got to keep your underbrush cut back every few years and do mast burns. What is a mast burn? Yeah, Stacy's mom is a witch. Stacy, can't you see? She has placed a spell on me. This is why I want a pond on my land. I want a pond so that there's lots of water in the ground. Oh, you gotta get rid of all the piled up pine needles and leaves and shite. Fair enough, I suppose. Yeah, the pine needles, I bet. I bet there's so many... What are they called? Is it deciduous? That's the wrong word. It's the other one, isn't it? Deciduous is the one where they have leaves. What's the other word? Or is that the right word? Am I dumb? I mean, yes, of course I'm dumb. But am I being dumb about this particular topic? What's the other word? Like deciduous versus coniferous. Yeah, so deciduous ones are ones with leaves. Coniferous ones. Thank you. Yeah, land management is a lot of work. How many acres do you have, Kitty? Like 26? Or do you have more than that? I feel like 20 acres is like a minimum if you want to own a chunk of land. Like, if you want to own a house and it's on like 1 acre, cool. You own a house. But like, if you're trying to own land, I feel like 20-something acres is like, yeah, 27, yeah. If you want to be able to actually do anything with it, I feel like you need to have a good amount of space to do shit. Coniferous. Coniferous. I got it. We have a creek and the sand pit. The sand pit? 23 acres of woods. Are you saying that you live in the scary woods from Princess Bride? You live in the scary woods with the ROUSs. 5 acres is quite a bit of room, but not if you want no neighbors. True. You have a sand pit. Conifers, makers of cones, incredibly useful sap. Is it worth it to collect pine nuts? We are the last house on the left. There's a horror movie called The Last House on the Left. It was pretty effed up. I saw the remake. Who was it that used to take me to see fucking scary movies in the theater like that? Why? Why would you do that? Oh my god. I was such a precious child. Why did people let me watch Freddy Krueger movies when I was that young? Like, why? The adults in my life never made good choices for me. This stream has taken on a Stardew Valley vibe. I dig it. Listen, it happens pretty frequently. You'd be surprised. Because this is how I make myself feel better. When we get done talking about like some bad shit that's gonna happen, I make myself feel better by just imagining being able to do cool shit. And Kitty Tick is only fueling my dreams because she actually owns land and can tantalize me with stories of homesteadery shenanigans. And she shares pictures in the Discord of her stupid, adorable dog. Ooh, also, I'm going to be doing a D&D campaign soon with Stardew Valley background. So that's going to be fun. Okay, we should probably move on to another segment. We have another Supreme Court segment. And then we have a Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals segment. Okay. it's one thing if you see a movie by accident. It's another thing if your parents are like, let's watch this scary movie together. Or if your dad's roommates are like, we are going to watch this scary movie, and then your dad's not like, hey, small child, you need to go to bed. I like daydreaming about someday getting an old house that's bubblegum pink and living with my queer and trans friends. Beautiful. Oh, let's do another Supreme Court segment. I actually don't know if this is going to be so much a segment as it is like we're going to shoot the shit about it for a minute. Because I don't actually know if I have a lot of commentary on this one. Yeah. I mean, it's bad, but I don't know that I have a lot to add. Like, I don't have a lot to say about it, I don't think. So maybe we'll just skip to the good news. Maybe we'll just do one more news and it's going to be a good news. And not a bad news. Imagine if this was a show about good news. Wouldn't that be crazy? If this was a show about good news. I don't make enough money for this to be a show about bad news. My back is sore, so I'm just going to lean back for a minute and consume the microphone. Delicious. I watched Alien with my dad, and it's the only time I checked under the bed for monsters. Such a good film, though. It's such a slow burn. If you go back and watch the first Alien movie now, as a grown person who's used to action films of today, it's such a slow-paced movie. Definitely not the type of film that would have been made today, at least not in that manner. I alerted the husky puppy with that growl. I do like messing with dogs. I want them to go home. Like, I don't really want there to ever be a dog in my house. But I do love messing with dogs when I go visit them at their houses. No, I know Alien is a horror movie. I'm just saying it was, I think even compared to modern horror movies, it's like paced really slowly. What if you made a pastry shaped like a microphone and hid the real microphone and then pretended to eat the cake mic and then pretend to be surprised that it's cake? I don't want to participate in this slow breakdown of reality that is involved with having everything is pretending to be a real thing, but actually it's cake. I saw at one point a baby was a cake and they cut into it and it was just... And I've seen one that's like a cute dog is a cake and they're like, no, stop it. Doggos. Yeah, I love dogs. I do not want a dog. I mean, okay, yes, I want dogs to protect the livestock. Like dogs on the land in general to scare away bears. Yes. There was a lot more psychological horror back then. I didn't see Cube. I never saw Cube. But yeah, there's a lot more anticipation and like things hiding in the dark. Twister was my first horror movie. I guess Twister is a horror movie. Twister is a great film, though. Such a good movie. I'm sorry for the unprofessionalism. I just need to give my back a break. Watch Cube, it holds up, but I don't want to watch a horror movie. For a while, like 2 years ago, my partner and I were watching movies together sometimes, and he kept wanting to watch horror movies, and it made me uncomfy. Comfort is important. Yeah, but I'm way back here. It's not very professional. And I'm very small in the frame. I'm so tiny. I'm already a small person. I'm just making myself even tinier. I've never considered Twister a horror movie. I'd categorize it as a disaster movie. Yeah, I guess that's fair. It's more of a disaster movie. Like, does 28 days, or not 28 days later, Jesus Christ, does The Day After Tomorrow, is that a horror movie? Like, there's scary scenes, but it's a disaster movie. Cube had amazing practical effects. Ooh, that's good to know. Man, I slept like crap. Man, Bill Paxton died such a long time ago, y'all. You know the guy from Twister? He died like years ago, and it was such a surprise when he did because he was so young. He was 61 and he died in 2017. The Day After Tomorrow was one of those movies I watched a million times as a kid. I enjoyed it, but I did not watch it a million times. Environmental horror. Yeah, I suppose natural disaster movies kind of, yeah, they have a horror element to them. Bad back sucks. Yeah, it does. It's, my back is just weak because I had an injury a long time ago and then I refused to work out my back and now I'm dealing with weakness, so now I have to work out my back. That's sad when people die young, around 55, 65. Yeah, and it's happening more and more. Yay, COVID. Here's a fun, freaky piece of info. Squid Game came out in 2021. I thought it was from last year. Oh no. Yeah, I remember when Steve Irwin died. We did a little homage segment to Steve Irwin a while ago. He's a cool dude. He's a radical guy. I think the only instance of nepotism that I'm okay with on God's green earth is Robert Irwin. I never watched Squid Game. I missed that one. I was in a high school chemistry class when we heard, and I literally said, no fucking shit, he died to a stingray. No. Bah, 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 bah. 69 concurrent viewers. Nice. I'm glad that you all stay with me even when the energy is kind of low. I can't serve cunt every single time I stream, okay? Not every single time. I feel like I should. I definitely, I like the wings, and I like that the wings kind of encourage me a little bit to, like, dress up. Although lately I've just been wearing, like, hey, look, it's merch. Buy it. Buy a hoodie. Buy a hoodie from me. Do it. It's passive income. Did I miss your coverage of the anti-trans ruling? Yeah, so the anti-trans ruling we already covered. We do have a pro-trans ruling that we're still gonna talk about. Yeah, the mindset, the grindset mindset. Yes. Yeah, we're gonna do the pro-trans one. Usually this show goes until 8 p.m. It's 6:30 right now. I don't know if we're gonna make it that far, but we're gonna at least talk about one more thingy-mabopper. I was super upset when Philip Seymour Hoffman died. It was during the Super Bowl pregame show. His portrait popped up in black and white on the screen. Oh, Philip Seymour Hoffman, isn't he in one of the Hunger Games? He's in like one of the Hunger Games. Yeah. Yeah, he was in Hunger Games. He's chill. Yeah, he passed. He was only 46. Holy cow. What? Damn. 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 Man, life is short, y'all. I hope people can take hope from my story. I was homeless for most of the 10 years in my 20s before going to Oregon 4 years ago. Lots of drugs, lots of failure, lots of hamster wheels. I kept learning and hoping and trying and found someone someday. Everyone can make it and we can build communities together. Oh, he relapsed on heroin. Oh no. Okay. Man, what? That's so sad. Overdoses. Yeah, that's a bummer. You'll get a second win during the pro trans bit. Everything is exhausting. Oh, a custody visit went awry and he took it bad. Oh, that sucks. Poor guy. I thought he was really good in the couple of movies that I saw him in. I'm gonna go to sleep now. I'm just gonna... Don't mind me, guys. I'm just gonna go to sleep. It's comfy. I mean, listen, if you could get it to stick to your face a little bit more, it would be a pretty decent sleep mask. Not really. It's got too much light leakage around the edges, but you know what? We're just gonna run with it. He was in Twister. Yeah, well, I see that on the Google here. I don't know who he played in Twister, but I'll watch it again sometime. And then I'll see who he was in Twister. Oh, I see. Okay, so Philip Seymour Hoffman, he had a relapse on heroin and he went back to the amount that he had been using the last time he used. So he overdosed because he didn't take into account that he didn't have a tolerance. Any meaning with the lip piercings? No, they look cool. And I got them when I was 16 and now I'm 30, so they're just part of my face. I don't really think about them that much, honestly. Bill Paxton was also awesome in Aliens as Hudson. I haven't seen Aliens in a long time and I don't remember it, if I'm being completely honest. I haven't seen any of the Mission Impossible. There's no way you're 30, you look 22. Yeah, I'm 30. I just turned 30 in March. So, yeah. Trans people have eternal youth. We do. But no, I mean, I'm starting to get the crow's feet. I've got lines under my eyes and, like, yeah. Mm. 1994 was when cookies and cream was invented. I am so proud to be I was manufactured in the same year as cookies and cream bars were invented. The Corvids mark manifests upon you. That's a bad thing, isn't it? If the Corvids mark me, that means that they're gonna come back and get me, right? A friend told my professor that trans women age backwards after I told her my actual age. Hershey's Cookies and Cream is my fave. I do like white chocolate. It's pretty good. Luxander was invented the same year as cookies and cream chocolate bars. Coincidence? I think not. Anyway. Yeah. I became 35 in March and still look 10 years younger. What's up, Darth Gently? I like being an immortal being. Like, I am so aged. The way that I behave is like very world weary, but I look young. So I'm getting to that point where I can have that, like, not only can people sort of not tell what my gender is, but they also can't tell what my age is, and that's like a double disconcerting. They're weirded out by both of those things in concert, and it just creates this situation where people do not know how to respond to me. Like, they just don't know what to do. Now, if I'm somewhere with my partner and it's obvious that we are partners, then we probably seem closer to each other in age, because I think having children also ages you. Yeah, no shit. Like, I already don't sleep. If I was not sleeping even more than I don't sleep, that would be a problem. What's up, Evie? Hello. The dirty secret is that aging is a much more gradual process than you think. Yeah, I mean, of course it is. But also, like, I personally think that a lot of 20-year-olds, like 22, 25-year-olds, I think they look like they're in their 30s, and it's kind of weird. Like, am I the last generation of people who are going to look anywhere near their age? And everybody else who comes after is going to be super older looking because of all the stress? I don't know. You guys know there's like a dude, oh my god. There's like a black dude who does TikToks, and he's like usually in his bathroom mirror, and he's like, come here, and he zooms in a little bit, and he looks like he's in his 30s, but legitimately he's like 25. We as a generation have spent a lot more time inside than our parents. Our kids look super young because they never go outside at all. Okay, that's interesting. But what is it about? I know who you mean. That's Jordan. That's Jordan. He's always like, okay, so we got a thing that we're going to talk about. Come here. And then it zooms in. Did you know that the people sitting at the bar in Cheers are meant to be like 30, but they look 50 by today's standards? Oh my God. I've always been wondering about cis people aging too fast. I'm sure it's all the indoctrination. It's all the toxic, hateful beliefs that they have. Just, it really sucks all the moisture out of your skin. Why does Marjorie Taylor Greene look like that? You know, why is her skin like that? Yeah, hating trans people really just dries you up like a fucking prune. Have you ever seen her do CrossFit? It's so funny. Like, you're gonna injure yourself, dumbass. Truly, binary gender is exhausting. I'm not gonna take away trans women's valorous youth. They still are valorous, youthful ladies. Hate makes you carry tension, and that really contributes to having a wrinkly face. I'm sure that, like, the look of disgust, it really, it gives you those forehead lines. Like, And then, oh, you're getting it up here? You're getting the wrinkles up here? Like, I would much rather have wrinkles, like, over here and over here. Like, I carry a lot of tension, but, I carry my tension in places that don't make you ugly, apparently. I'm just such a heckin' cutie. I just need to lose, like, 10 pounds. So that my face is just ever so slightly less bulbous. My mom and dad look good for their age, which is pretty funny because my mom has lupus and he has rheumatoid arthritis. But they look better than most normal, healthy, quote-unquote, 70-year-old people. And then I have the trans timelessness going on. I think that my mom, thank you, is a hateful B-word, and so she's always been kind of ugly to me. But my dad has kind of always looked younger than he actually is. So, yes. Let's see. Let's see if I can do a trick. Can I do a trick? Let me see if I'm capable of doing a trick. Probably not. Not with this item, at least. Excuse me. Okay. I'm gonna try to open a beer bottle with this cleaver. Oh no. So I don't even know. The camera is not positioned for you to catch this, really. Not if I'm gonna use the leverage that I need to use. Like, okay, am I gonna fling this toward my everything? Oh no, it's so close. It hurt my hand though. So the secret that the way that I was taught to do this is like you take whatever object and then you kind of just use your hand to push it up on your thumb, but that like really hurt my thumb joint. Son of a biscuit. Ow, no, that hurt a lot. Ow. I'm gonna be careful. Listen, I could not cut anything with this cleaver. I could maybe sever a finger if I was really swinging it. Use the wooden part. But then it's gonna cut into the wooden part. And also the wooden part has all smooth edges. So I don't think that that's gonna work. Get your thumb higher up. Listen, I'm a tiny baby with tiny baby hands. Use the handle, not the blade. I can't. It literally doesn't have any hard edges. Like, I can't do it. Challenge accepted. Oh, okay. Yeah. No! So mean. My ex-GF did it with her teeth. No way. This is why I keep a magnetic bottle opener on my fridge. I have a bottle opener. I just wasn't provided with a bottle opener when this beverage was brought to me. Ah. Dragon in a kobold body? I'm not a dragon in a kobold body. Okay, I did it. I just had to use the thicker part. I had to choke up a little bit and use this part of the blade. Thank you for allowing me to demonstrate my skills. Cheers, everybody. It was even cooler that she did that while being Scottish, using the teeth. Bic lighter is the goat. It really is. I just don't have one. I guess maybe I have a lighter, like, where my candles are, but this is just me being brought things. Butter knife handle works too. Edge of a table. Ooh, yeah, the edge of the table, you just... Gotta be careful with that, though. Delish. Is that a Spreckers? Is that the Orange Dream? This is a beer. It's a stout. So, yay. Cheers. Cheers for the beers. I guess it's a good thing that I did, like, I killed like 400 calories in my cardio today. Yeah, all the beer jumps when you use a table if you do it wrong. I've never done the table thing. I try to do a controlled open. I use like something metal or really hard plastic, and I do that controlled lever action thing. I'll drink a stout with you. I get to have one every other day for my milk production. And just for extra calories? Oh, that's awesome. That's so fun. I think it's really cool that trans women can induce lactation and like help feed the babies. It's good stuff. Good Lord. You know what? Normally I don't do this because we haven't reached our stream flex goal, but it's too warm for me to keep this hoodie on. Listen, let me tell you, this hoodie is so nice and warm. It's only $35 plus shipping and handling. They're made to order. Oh my God. Yeah. So I'm not going to flex, but I am going to take off the hoodie because holy shit. It's too warm. Already it's too warm. Guns? No guns. I need $85 more. No guns. See this? See this? Number go up. Flex number go up. No guns. Beer actually helps stimulate lactation. Milk and oat stouts. Oh, that's funny. That's so interesting. Still trying to get started and baby is 17 days away. Yeah, I mean, a lot of parents, you know, excuse me, does it come in colors? I think maybe. I'm not sure. There were not a lot of color options. I'm back from dinner. Did we get to the news? We have one more news. One more news. Jonathan, thank you very much. It's going to take a while for the donation to come through on the screen because It's just really slow for some reason when YouTube donations come in, but thank you. I very much appreciate that. Look at that. We're at $20 out of 100. If I make $100 every time I stream, that's $200 per week, baby. I got Reglan, which is what we have instead of domperidone, because domperidone was canceled. So I'm on titty pill number 3. But yeah, I mean, I've seen when moms have like a lactation room when they're nursing, they have like pictures of their babies because the baby actually being present is part of what causes you to lactate. Like, it's super interesting. Like, oxytocin causes you to lactate. Just get another bottle and use that 5-head. Atreyu can vouch for the softness and comfiness of the hoodie. It's so super comfy. Okay, maybe we should do more politics. Yeah, endocrinology is cray cray. No, dang it. Nope. I want to make this go away. Okay, I can't make it go away. Okay, cool. I mean, I don't want to talk about politics. I'm having a good time even with bad news. That's good. Yeah, the sub-only emotes. I know, so sad. The dicks and the puss. They're sub-only emotes. Recently, I went to bed at like 9:30. I was ready to go to bed at 9 and I ended up staying up a little bit later, but like I am becoming this old person. It will be less weird when I'm like living in the same time zone as my friends. Like right now, my friends try to text me at what's 10 p.m. for them, but it's 12 p.m. or yeah, it's like 12 a.m. for me. And I'm like, I'm too tired to respond to your text messages. I just feel so bad. My friends are like, and then I text them back at 8 o'clock when I wake up, but it's 6 a.m. for them. So I actually usually wait in the morning. I'm like, I don't want to message someone when they're probably asleep. Like, not that early in the morning anyway. Gonna be moving out west if everything goes good, if everything goes according to plan. I'm already looking at apartments. Man, apartments are, of course, they're more expensive. It's crazy how much more money it costs to live in a place where your rights are not being actively taken away from you. But yeah, I've been looking at prices in like Oregon and kind of getting a feel for what the options are. You know, how many bedrooms, how many bathrooms? Are we gonna continue living in like small apartment type places, or are we gonna like just straight up rent a house? Like, you know, we're gonna figure something out. So that's going to be a good way for me to, I guess, get donations this year. Maybe I should start a GoFundMe. I don't know. I'm just trying to do my best to save my money and work hard and make a lot of money each month and like post videos more days than I don't post videos. I'm definitely not going to be able to stick to this like 3 videos a day thing that I've been doing. Careful as GoFundMe takes like 20%. Yeah, no, I mean, I've done GoFundMes before. I know. You set the number high enough to account for the money that they're going to take from you. So you ask for a little bit more than what you actually need to account for all the fees and everything. But GoFundMe is very explicitly non-taxable. So that is another reason why people prefer it. Like, if you donate to me through Super Chats, that's definitely going to be taxed as, like, royalty income, basically. It's going to get lumped in with my advertisement money. I noticed the eggs in the background. Super coolness. Yeah, I need to start switching away from the Ostara decorations and start moving toward Beltane. But yeah, they're cute, aren't they? I was considering making some more to sell them, but rent something short term and then start driving around the area looking for rent signs. It's something that still happens up here and usually a better deal because no rental agency. I kind of prefer going through a rental agency because I feel like you're less likely to get fucked over by, like, it's easier in my opinion to hold a whole company accountable than it is to hold an individual homeowner accountable. You know what I mean? Like, I cannot imagine moving my family up there into a fucking Airbnb for like 3 months while we find a regular place to live. Like, I would much rather just move straight into our first 1 year rental and then plan to only stay there for 1 year while we hunt for a house, basically. Duke Bonanza, thank you so much for the $10 dono. Why is it so hard to make skeletons angry? Because nothing gets under their skin. True. Although I did see someone on Reddit talking about how they came up and did an Airbnb first. Like, I have too much stuff. We have too much stuff to, like, what, am I gonna get like a fucking storage unit for all my stuff and then an Airbnb for like 2 months, 3 months while we find it? No. Oh my god, that sounds like a nightmare. It sounds terrible. Oh gosh. Now we're at $30 out of 100. No flexing for you unless we reach the dono goal. You'll probably see a significant increase in your partner's income in Oregon versus Kansas because skilled tradesmen are literally so hard to find, right? Meow. Yeah. And like, my partner is really good at his job. And even in the scope of his job in Kansas, like, he's probably one of the highest paid tradesmen in his particular trade. Like, the kind of installations that they do are probably like, it's probably like way higher quality than most anywhere. So I'm feeling pretty confident that, like, of course my income is not going to change, which sucks. Like, obviously, like, that is, you know, I was able to afford my own apartment by myself with the assistance of food stamps, but living in Kansas on my streamer income, that was doable. But like, for me to do that, like, in Oregon, it would just not be possible. So that is one of the shitty things about being a streamer, is your income doesn't scale with your location. I guess I could always get a job. Meow. 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 Anybody familiar with the video I'm referencing? Meow. It's a Markiplier video. I have revealed myself as a weeb who likes Markiplier. True. Pussy and dicks. Cheers to that. Oh no, we have a contrarian going, nyah. I saw a vid with a cat with a very deep meow. Was it Markiplier? Because he was doing that, but he was superimposing his mouth over the cat's face. So it was a very specific thing, I suppose. Duke Bonanza, dad. Jonathan is calling you out for your dad joke. Splendiferous. What happens if I do this? Aha, I hit the heart button. I didn't know that that was an option for me. Neat. Oh no, it was actually the cat. I've seen people record their cats who sound like they're a smoker. Like, you're a 40-year-old smoker. This cat's like... like, okay. I recently saw a cat whose face reminded me so much of my cat Lucifer. Because Lucy just had like a real weird face. And I saw this kitten who had a very similar face. And I was like, oh. Like, if I were in a position to adopt a cat right now, because the cat that I saw was being fostered currently, like, I might adopt a cat just because it looks like my cat who passed away last year. Or no, shit, 2 years ago. God. Oh, no, it was 2 years ago. Oh, that's such a long time. And his brother died the year before that, so it's like 3 years ago. Man, time just keeps marching forward. It just keeps going. I found a thicket of thimbleberries today while I was clearing some gorse. And I also found an unidentified fruit tree down there. Very excited for more forage. Here's what I'm excited about. I'm excited about having like a tree that has mandarin oranges. I recently started buying mandarin oranges. Those like the Cuties brand. Because they're so easy. You can just peel them by hand and then just eat them practically in one piece. And my partner has just been eating them up. And I'm like, damn, well, it turns out we need to have an orange tree. And apparently he's got a vitamin C deficiency. I don't know. It's like, they're so yummy, though. Oranges are so good. But it's like, I don't want to eat a whole orange because they're harder to peel and they're like kind of big and like unwieldy. But like a mandarin orange is perfect. They're like this big. They're little. And you can eat like 3 of them. I usually keep a bag of those around. They are super convenient, but I usually eat like 5 or 6 at once. Just like 5 or 6 of them all at once. We're going to talk about our last segment. At least it's good news. We're going to talk about good news. OMG, bell peppers have more vitamin C. Really? I guess I've always... What? How though? Because citric acid, like you can... If you eat something with a lot of citric acid in it, you can taste it. I can see kiwi having more vitamin C. But how does bell pepper have more vitamin C than a citrus fruit? That doesn't track. I do love kiwi, though. They're yummy. Broccoli also has a lot of vitamin C. I do like broccoli. Are we getting to the food part of the stream? I'm sorry for yawning so much. Oh my god, I'm not normally this tired. I've had a rough day. So it makes sense that I'm so tired. I know jalapenos have more vitamin C than oranges. That's fascinating. I wonder if that's why I like jalapenos so much, because they have a lot of citric acid. Now my mouth is watering. I love pickled jalapenos. They're so good. I straight up have a jar of pickled jalapenos and I'll just straight up go eat a couple of them. I'm like, delicious. If life gives you lemons, bite into them. I suck at spicy food. Mayo is spicy, etc., etc. I'm super white, etc. I've come to have a greater appreciation for spicy food than I did when I was younger. And it started with those pickled jalapenos. I'm still not like, I don't want to suffer. And I especially don't want to suffer if it doesn't taste good. So for me, I prefer, you know, I like ghost pepper because it's hot, but it tastes really good. I don't like habanero because it's hot, but it doesn't even taste good. I like food that makes me sweat profusely. Delicious. Yeah, if life gives you vinegar, make pickles. Do you just use like white vinegar to make pickles? It's only just occurred to me that I don't know what kind of vinegar you use to pickle things. I assume you would just use a distilled white vinegar. Or maybe it depends on what you're using or what you're doing. Has anybody ever pickled something in red wine vinegar? Gross. It just sounds kind of gross. Oh my god, Duke Bonanza. I know what you're referencing. If God gives you lemons, you find a new God. That's a power thirst reference, baby. Usually white vinegar. Okay, cool. White vinegar, salt, and sugar. I see you, Duke Bonanza, with your fucking power thirst reference. We're gonna get deported back to Kenya. Fucking stupid. It's so old, guys. The first time I saw power thirst, I was like fucking 14, 13, something like that. It's been 17 years. I'm so old. If God gives you lemons, you look for oranges. True. Oh, gosh. 400 babies. There's a picture of me that exists out there on the internet where I've allowed my friend to draw on my belly a bunch of bananas and then the word manana. It's like banana, it's like banana flavoring, but for men. Power thirst. So dumb. So outrageously dumb. The old internet memes coming back to haunt you. Badger, 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 badger. Does anybody remember the llama song? Here's a llama, there's a llama, and another little llama. Fuzzy llama, funny llama, 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 duck. Ah, that's very Can Has. I was sad when I found out Lazor was racist. Wait, is that the guy who did the power thirst? Because that tracks. Doing a whole joke about being as fast as Kenyans and getting deported back to Kenya? Yeah, we're going to Candy Mountain, Charlie. My spoon is too big. Get some Foamy the Squirrel out here. I love, this has got to be an incomprehensible conversation to anyone above or below a certain age. This banter is off the rails in the best way possible. Just how many references to dead memes can I do in a short period of time? The llama song took off so hard, DeviantArt was like, hold my root beer. The llama song was dead meme stream. Oh, I'm 40 still following. Yes. Yeah. For the love of God and all that is holy, my anus is bleeding. Yay! Dead memes. Saturday morning breakfast cartoons. Or no, that's a different comic. That's a different comic. Kind of similar in style, though. Yeah. Don't you quote the old magic to me, witch. I was there when it was written. This is the ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny. Truly. My partner knows all the words to that one. I don't know all the words to that one. Oh, God. How are you doing? How are your knees out there, millennials? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Can we get to 100 likes today? That's all I want. It's up to you if we get to $100 in donos. It's you who's missing out on the biceps if that's what you want to do. But can we get to the likes? Crunch. My knees still function even though I lost most of my patellas. Listen. Excuse me. My knees are mid. I feel like my knees are actually okay. Like for me, it's like my back. And my hips. My hips hurt sometimes. Knees in this economy? Me showing my age is saying I'm still sad that the original long cat Nobiko died a few years ago. I know, so sad. It's my upper back. You gotta stretch your shoulders out. Your neck and hip is messed up. My knees are fine. Hello, Transpositions. That's an interesting name. Welcome in. I will say it helped my hips a lot when I got a pillow to wear between my knees at nighttime. So it keeps my hips aligned more than anything. Okay, we got it. You got that? You write that down? Take notes. I'm so out of it. Okay. Need to get myself a wedge pillow. I get to catch one live. You do get to catch one live. We do. We have shows on Wednesdays and shows on Sundays. No beefy arms. You can't have them. They're censored. I need to get some like black bars to like tape to my arms when we're at the part of the stream where like, cause I'll start accidentally like trying to put my hair up and then you'll see. Trogdor? I missed Trogdor. I'm aware of that meme. Black arm warmers. All the way up here? That would still be really warm. Oh, jeez. We are a trans news channel. I usually am too. Brand new. Hell yeah. I first heard of Trogdor because it was in Guitar Hero. Y'all, I had such a hard time the other day trying to figure out which Black Sabbath song was stuck in my head. And then I realized it was Crazy Train. But it was just the guitar part. I was like, which Black Sabbath song is like... And it's like, you can't really Google that. And I couldn't remember any of the words, so I just had to... It's not Black Sabbath, it's Ozzy. I hate trying to make a distinction between Black Sabbath and Ozzy by himself. Me and my wife both just said it's always Crazy Train. It's just got a really easy, it's a really easy riff, you know? It's always Crazy Train. Black Sabbath does cover it when Ozzy's touring with them. Okay. It would actually be a good use of AI to identify the music you hum into the mic. I know, right? Like, that's one thing I've always been like, you know what? I do want Google in my brain because if I have a song stuck in my head, like, what do you do when you have classical music stuck in your head? You just have to be like, okay, I'm just gonna guess. Did you see the vid of that knucklehead crying about menstrual products in the men's bathroom? Not in particular, no. Not this time. Although it is pretty funny when people are stupid. Google has hum to search. Do they? Every time I've asked it, I've said the words to activate it. And then it's like, I'm listening. And I'm like, what is this song? And then like it's only ever responded for me. Maybe it's a really new thing. It's only ever responded for me if the actual copyrighted music is playing. And then it's pretty good at identifying it accurately. I can't wait to get back to lifting, you guys. Like, my arms always have pretty good definition. So even though I haven't been using like my upper body as I've not been working that out, it's still pretty well defined and like looks good. But I want to get bigger. But I'm doing a cut. It's so hard to lose weight. Stupid estrogen. I love how Ozzy has been unintelligible to everyone but Sharon unless he's singing for like 30 years. Yeah. He's like, hasn't he had a couple of strokes? Can't put tamperinos and patterinos where I shit. No. It's pretty dang new. They updated it. Okay. I'll have to try that out after the show. Earlier, I had a song stuck in my head, and I did end up finding it by Googling the lyrics. It was Pompeii by Bastille. And the walls kept tumbling down in the city that we love. It was just stuck in my head, so I listened to it. I went on a big Owl City kick recently. Because I used to have an alarm set with an Owl City song, so I was thinking about it shortly after I woke up. And then I ended up I listened to a bunch of stuff from Owl City's first EP. He is a mutant with the power to not die from all the drugs he's taken. There's this stupid fucking heart emoji over, like, part of the text in the YouTube chat. It's really annoying. Okay, there we go. Have you seen what the Louisiana Supreme Court said about priests and, quote, property rights? No, I haven't seen any of that. When I was still young and in church, my friends and I were really into Owl City because he's Christian. Listen, when my partner and I were first dating, we were both into Owl City because we're so autistic. And like, I mean, I don't actually know if my partner is autistic, but I am autistic. And there's so much like, like there's just so many little boop, 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 boops in the music. And it wasn't as overtly Christian back then. Occasionally, there would be Christian references, but I'm talking about like before Fireflies came out, like the album with Fireflies on it and everything prior to that is mostly what I listened to of Owl City. So it's not a lot of Christian stuff. And then almost immediately after, I stopped listening to him for a couple years. And then I went back and I was like, ooh, there's this cool song called Galaxies. Ooh, that looks fun. And then the song Galaxies is like explicitly about God and stuff. And I was like, wow, hard disappoint. Yeah. They're just so, there's like a boppiness to it. Actually, that first EP is a lot more mellow. There's a lot more mellowness to that first album. But yep, that feel when you reconnect with the music you were into when you were a teenager. Yas, queen. Teenager clothes, like teenager music, teenager clothes, teenager accessories. Reconnecting with our goth past. We need research done on Ozzy's liver. True. Okay. I don't know if we're going to get to 100 likes today, but we are going to start talking about this last news item, and then we might chill and leave after that. I don't know. We'll decide. Lady Gaga slaps. I was not joking about Ozzy being a mutant. He must actually be a mutant with the power to not die from all the drugs. I mean, he's just got a really powerful liver. I was also into Creed when I was really, really, really young, but I didn't know that it was Christian music. I'm like, why was my mom listening to Creed? Super weird. Good Lord. All right. We're trying to cover good news a little bit more frequently on my show because it's really easy to come up with bad news. Like, there's so much of it. So I will crumble under the weight of all the bad news. I'm too stressed. We need less stress. We need fewer responsibilities and fewer problems, okay? So that's one of the things here is we're going to cover some good news. So in this instance, we've had all these anti-trans laws coming through and passing, and sometimes they're struck down. So today, we're talking about a law that was, it's been struck down at least by the Court of Appeals, which does mean that it could go to the Supreme Court, but if the Supreme Court decides not to hear this case, then it will stand that it is Title IX sex discrimination to not allow a trans person in school to participate with the sports team of their gender. Oh my god, it's like I was burpy already and now I'm drinking a beer. So the burpiness is just exponential. Because Title IX specifically refers to discrimination in schooling. So, but that's like in the past when they've said, okay, based on Title IX, it is sex discrimination if you disallow trans people to use the appropriate bathroom at school. You know, like that's because it says you cannot discriminate on the basis of race or religion or sex. And it's been just like numerous times that courts are finding that yes, discrimination against trans people or against gay people is a type of sex-based discrimination. Therefore, it's not allowable in these places where we have sex-based protections against discrimination. So this one's from West Virginia. A transgender middle schooler in West Virginia, it's been ruled that she cannot be barred from participating in cross-country running and track with other girls, ruling from the U.S. Court of Appeals Fourth Circuit. Like, obviously, there's been a backlash against trans rights all over the country. And so this is good news. It's definitely a good time for it. So, of course, like this Washington Post article is acknowledging that there is nationwide backlash against trans rights that is fueled in large part by claims that trans women would unfairly dominate women's sports, and also that children are being allowed to transition too young. We just did a segment very recently about how transgender women have actually been shown to have a disadvantage in sports. If you're going to say, oh, they have too much hemoglobin, their bones are too dense, their lungs are too functional, actually they don't necessarily do very well on those tests compared to cisgender women. And they also don't do very well on those tests compared to cisgender men. So it seems like trans women are at a sports disadvantage no matter which team you were to force them to play on, but it gives them dignity to let them play with women. But yeah, just to say, there's no actual unfair advantage. Obviously, yeah, we keep having conversations about medical treatment, people's pronouns. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit said that broad political disagreements are irrelevant to the specific reality of 13-year-old Becky Pepper Jackson. Is that her real name? That seems irresponsible. Like, I guess it's irresponsible of me to repeat it, but holy cow. This child has identified as female for 5 years, nearly half her life. The court notes, so since elementary school, she's only participated in girls' sports. She has a birth certificate that identifies her as female, and she's taking puberty-pausing medication and will be taking medication to undergo female puberty, which the court said is key to its decision. The court said that this child has never felt the effects of increased levels of circulating testosterone. So the fact that those who do benefit from increased strength and speed provides no justification. Okay, so again, this is not necessarily substantiated. If trans women have been on hormones for 1 year, they start performing worse than even cisgender women. It's not even like they're worse than cis men. They are also performing worse than cis women. Anyway, it does not provide justification for excluding this child from the girls' team. To force her to play on a boys' team or to not play at all would expose her to the same risk of unfair competition and, in some sports, physical danger from which the defendants claim to be shielding cisgender girls. So this judge is pointing out that if you forced this little girl to play on a team against boys, then all of the concerns that you have about how little girls will not fare well if they're playing against boys, then like those things, you're subjecting this little girl to those conditions where you assume that she's not going to do very well and she's not going to be able to participate, which is really validating. Like, I feel like it's not very often that we get that acknowledgement of, you know, like, if you force your trans daughter to cut her hair, like, you're forcing a little girl to cut her hair short. And of course, when you say that, it sounds horrifying. If you're imagining a cisgender girl, oh my God, you forcefully cut your daughter's hair. Like, it's just as messed up, if not more messed up, when you do it to a young trans girl. So it's like, yeah, you're exposing this little girl to the physical dangers that you're claiming to be trying to avoid putting little girls in that danger. Because, yeah, the court says she would be sharing the field with boys who are larger, stronger, and faster than her because of the elevated levels of circulating testosterone she lacks. Sure, whatever. So requiring her to do that would violate federal civil rights law. That does not mean that, quote, we do not hold that government officials are forbidden from creating separate sports teams for boys and girls, or that they lack power to police the line drawn between those teams. The judge added, again, like, I mean, y'all know my official opinion at this point is we need to desegregate all sports, because the fact that you segregate sports in the first place causes women to perform worse. Like, yeah, I mean, when adults are coming after a little girl to try to prevent her, a 13-year-old girl, to prevent her from being able to participate in sports, like, that is just adults using the legal mechanisms to bully a child. A little girl. Oh my God, yawn. This ruling, I will say, to be specific, this ruling does specifically say this does not require federal law to require schools to allow every transgender girl to play on girls' teams, regardless of whether they've gone through puberty and experienced elevated levels of circulating testosterone. Like, I just get hung up on this because we've actually seen that testosterone doesn't make a huge difference in performance compared to things like lifetime sports funding. And also we've seen that, like, of the small differences that it does make, it makes those differences within a year of you being on the medication. So even if you go through male puberty, like, if you're required to have less testosterone than most cis women in order to participate in the sports, which is the case, then if testosterone makes a big difference, then it takes less than a year for any trans woman to be completely competitively able to play against cis women without a concern for an unfair advantage. So, like, I don't like that this just reinforces this. It's a gut feeling. There's a gut feeling that testosterone is the be-all, end-all for sports training, but it isn't. Of course, the Christian conservative group Alliance Defending Freedom backed this law in the first place, and it has backed other laws restricting trans rights. They have indicated that an appeal will be coming because the ruling, quote, undermines equal opportunities and contradicts both biological reality and common sense, says their legal counsel. Yeah, like, biological reality and common sense. Like, well, they are using a certain type of common sense that, like, if you're trying to claim that male puberty is the problem, well, this little girl has never had testosterone in her body. Like, she's been on puberty pausers and she's starting to take estrogen. She, like, literally does not have testosterone. So there's nothing about what you assume makes trans women superior at sports. None of that is happening to this child. Yeah, it's always this like, appeal to common sense fallacy. So it's unclear what the Supreme Court will do. I'll say, you know, we have covered various instances of the Supreme Court, you know, refusing to see some cases or ruling on the broader implications of certain cases. Supreme Court has yet to take a clear stance. Like, we do not know what this court will do when it comes to medical treatment for minors or sports participation for trans people. Like, we have no idea. There's a conservative majority and we don't know. There's like one vote. I think one of the conservative voters tends to vote more like strictly based on the Constitution. But yeah, and it may very well be that the Supreme Court just says we're not going to take this case, which means that it would stand. The Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals ruling that she's allowed to participate would stand. And I think that in this case, they've just said that this is unconstitutional on a blanket statement. They're not saying we're going to put an injunction on this temporarily while we rule on it. Like, this is the ruling. Ooh, okay. So the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, they handle cases from West Virginia, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. And that means that this would have been the court circuit that Gavin Grimm would have taken his case to if it were being appealed up through. And I can't remember how far that case went. But actually, I think that went to the Supreme Court. Yeah? Good Lord, it was in 2016. It's been a few minutes. This was the Fourth Circuit was the first appeals court to recognize a trans student's right to use the bathroom that reflected his gender, which is a ruling that the Supreme Court let stand. This court was also the first to label gender dysphoria as a disability protected under federal law. Now that is going to be struck down because actually at the federal level, the Americans with Disabilities Act has an amendment or a provision in it that explicitly says that gender dysphoria, despite the fact that it is a mental health diagnosis in the DSM, cannot be considered a protected disability under federal law. So this appeals court may have said that, but I'm pretty sure that the actual ADA says otherwise. But anyway, so that court is apparently also considering right now whether the state health plans must cover gender affirming treatments. That'll be interesting to see what happens. So, of course, the ACLU is in support of this ruling. This guy says no appellate court has ruled against trans athletes on the merits so far. So, hey, that's good stuff. I mean, we don't know if this is going to go to the Supreme Court, what they'll say, what they'll potentially do with it. But it's cool that a court that has previously been pretty conservative is now consistently ruling in favor of trans rights. Are my wings uneven? Are my wings uneven? Stop it. Stop being uneven. Oh my God, so many burps. Excuse me. Jennifer in the chat says, this is scary because here's the thing. If they ban hormone therapies, that means anyone with early onset menopause or even diabetes, because insulin is a hormone, they can't get what they need. Yeah, I want to be totally clear. Those people are not at risk. Like, those people are not at risk. When they make gender affirming care illegal, old women on menopause can still get estrogen, and men who can't get their dick hard can still get testosterone therapy. Like, they don't mean it broadly. They might write the law broadly, but they mean for it to target trans people. So, like, don't worry. Cis people are fine. True. Love it when biological reality is being appealed to by people who probably couldn't tell you what a telomere was if you put a gun to their head. Well, them making birth control illegal is different from them making hormone replacement therapy for postmenopausal women illegal. You know what I mean? Like, which court? The court that we've been discussing today is the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, which serves Virginia, West Virginia, North and South Carolina, and one other state, I think. So, some pretty conservative parts of the country, TBH. If you keep producing fear in children to not be themselves in a world where there is no reason not to, you will keep creating angry and unstable people who will spend years trying to put themselves back together instead of just being happy, healthy adults as they were meant to be. Feeling like you have to go to court will keep most kids in the closet. Yeah, like, if you're sitting there thinking, oh, I'm not allowed to use the bathroom, I would have to become a defendant or a plaintiff of an ACLU case. It's going to keep people from getting medicine in the first place. It's going to keep people from using the bathroom in the first place. Like, Yeah. Yeah, people will literally legislate us onto like from hell and back before going to therapy. Imagine. It's not that these people have problems they need to go to therapy over, though. It's we are the scapegoat group for a fascist takeover. Like, and I think that it's important to hit on this because when I share something on Facebook about transphobia and one of my friends on Facebook says like, yeah, people suck. It's like, no, this isn't people. This isn't like a people suck situation. This is the government is using trans people as a scapegoat for Republicans to justify a fascist takeover and power grab. Like, this is not most people. Like, most Republicans even are annoyed that the Republican politicians won't stop talking about this. This is not like a people suck problem. But yes, it's good to have some good news once in a while. There are courts across the country that are increasingly siding with trans students. It sucks that it's so regionally dependent. Obviously, it would be great if we could rely on the Supreme Court to step in and say, yeah, you needed to stop attacking trans youth. Like, let's set a national precedent that trans youth deserve to go to the bathroom. They deserve to go play in sports. They deserve medicine and healthcare. Let's put an end to this. Ooh, it depends where you live. Ooh, we need to move to a different state. Like, let's get over this, maybe, and move on to a new part of our country where we focus on, like, impending climate change. Like, people are having a hard time affording food. Can we maybe focus on the inflation problem instead of focusing on culture war bullcrap that nobody who's trying to survive in this country actually cares about? What a concept. Oh, God, y'all. I think that's more or less the end of that segment. Yeah, Culture Wars BS lost the GOP votes last time around. Now, I will say, they might do the thing where they have to be a little bit crazy around the primaries, but now that we're moving toward the regular election, they've already done the primaries. Maybe they're going to start chilling out, but only temporarily. If they get elected, they're going to do crazy stuff. Lux, don't you see? If we don't elect the people who want to regulate your life out of existence, we will have far too many regulations on Lord Economicus. I forgot. We all serve Lord Economicus in all his wisdom. I forgot. My bad. I need 50 lashings for forgetting that Lord Economicus rules all. Hey, mister. Hi. Hey, pretty baby. Are you all ready for this? Hey, Mr. Baby. Oh, Mr. Giant Baby. Ah. Hello, Mr. Giant Baby. Hi. He's so good. Look at him. He's such a handsome boy. Hi. Hello. I know you just want me to put you down. You're being so sweet. Oh, thank you. Thank you for smushing your head on my face. I know. Isn't he so cute? He's like, please stop. He's so good. Oh, yes. Thank you for being such a sweetheart. He's like, I know if I just sit here calmly for long enough, you will put me down. Okay, thank you for being so patient. He was a good boy. 105 likes, yeah. The ring light too much? It's very quickly not enough. It's like, it's the correct amount, but only in a very certain range. I know, he's such a good boy. He's such a pretty boy. Got one of my black kitties back this weekend. Ooh, were you missing one? Oh no. Now he's licking plastic. That's what he has to do in order to deal with his stress. Oh, it's too bright for the cat. Yeah, potentially too bright. It's his fault he keeps looking directly at the light. Some of us are smart enough not to look directly at the light. Oh my god, he's so big. I'm just looking at the delayed stream right now. He's so sweet. Oh, I love him. He's a good boy. Mitternacht. Why are you licking plastic, sir? He's just gonna continue licking plastic. Escape went missing like 8 months ago, showed up at my sister-in-law's raccoon trap last week. Fascinating. You named a cat Escape. So I feel a little bit like, oh, his name is pronounced Escape. Okay. I think that if you name your animal something, you are inviting that energy into your life. Like if you name a dog Taz, you know, then I think that you're inviting that dog to be a crazy dude, like Tasmanian Devil. His actual name is Hugin. Nickname was Escape. Okay. Hugin. I'm gonna pick you up again. Munin and Hugin, those are words of magic, are they not? Those are... Their mom is Morrigan. Oh, okay. The Raven's from Odin. Okay. Because I know that I know of a fantasy book that references those words, but I wasn't sure what they were a reference to in the first place. Morrigan is the raven goddess from Celtic. Okay. Yeah, my cat's name is Mitternacht. His name is Midnight in German. Because he's a black cat. Incredible. I live in a bog and look just like a small green frog. Stacy's mom turned me into a frog. Stacy's mom turned me into a frog. All my animals are named from Norse mythos. Is that a real song? It's a parody on Stacy's mom. The original song is like, Stacy's mom has got it going on. She's all that I want, and I've waited for so long. Stacy, can't you see? You're just not the girl for me. I know it might be wrong, but I'm in love with Stacy's mom. That's the original, but it was just like a Tumblr post that was like, Stacy's mom turned me into a frog. So, yeah, it's just dumb. It's just dumb. So, okay, here's a question. If you had, like, sheep and chickens, do you name the chickens? Do you name the sheep? I feel like it might be slightly easier to refer to the chickens that you keep for eggs if you name them. Or if you at least just call them, like, okay, the red one is red. Not if you're going to eat them. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're going to eat them. But what if you have sheep and you're like, don't name any livestock? Yeah, I think my partner and I are kind of on this don't name any livestock conversation. I'll name the dogs because I need to be able to give them directions. Chickens don't have names for me. Goats and sheep, maybe. If I had like one milk cow, maybe. Yeah, if it's a food animal, don't name it. I just like, I don't know. Even if it's not one of my, even if it's like one of my egg laying hens, like I just can't imagine trying to keep up with names on those things. I don't name my partners anymore either, so I don't get attached if I have to eat them. True. Our goats had names, but we didn't eat them. Yeah, did you use them for goat cheese milk? Hey, Windleby! Some people name their livestock. I get it. Listen, maybe I'll feel differently when we actually have livestock, but we talked about it and it's like, it's just like, no, I got too many things. Some people name their plants. Oh, girl, no. Not even the plants that I've had for 5 years. Like, that's the aloe vera. If I get a new aloe vera, then the one that I have currently will be the aloe vera that my sister gave me. I name my cars. I named my car, but not on purpose. It happened by accident. And I don't really think about it that much, TBH. So it's like, how meaningfully did I name my car if I haven't really thought about that fact in a long time? I'll name a tree. I know some people have that silly little, I won't name this animal because animals don't have names in the wild, and it would be like an imposition of my humanness onto them to name them. I'm like, are you okay? A lot of my plants have names. Yeah, milk, cheese, yogurt. Yummy. I am not super familiar with goat cheese and yogurt and everything, but I've heard that it's good stuff. I just can't, I just got too many things to think about. I can't do names. Every truck I've ever had has been named Cletus. You retire one truck and you get a new truck, and that is Cletus. Goat cheese is so creamy and also so crumbly. It's a tasty paradox. Goat cheese is so good. What do you use it for? Like, what do you do with it? Because it's different than regular cheese, yeah? What do you serve with goat cheese? Or how do you serve goat cheese? Feta is like sheep cheese, right? So I've had feta before. You use it like cream cheese. If you like spread it on like a bagel. Ooh. Get a little schmear going. Mmm. Ooh, I could see that being really savory and yummy. The one time I purchased some brie, it was real funky. It was not enjoyable. It was pretty gross, actually. I did try, and I understand that different bries are going to taste different. Spread the goat cheese on some crusty bread with like a drop of honey. Ooh, baby. I wonder how many restrictions there are in Oregon about owning beehives. It's probably dependent on which county you live in. But it's like, how do you produce sugar in the apocalypse? Answer, bees. Just prepare to completely convert to honey consumption and like no cane sugar. I know, bees are so cute. Okay, here's an unpopular opinion. I love wasps. Wasps are great. They're amazing. Beets contain a lot of sugar. Beet sugar, yeah? Wasps are friends. Sometimes people will post pictures and they're like, oh, look at this bee. And I'm like, that's clearly a wasp. Homo sapiens, welcome in. Yeah, corn syrup. Yeah, but I don't want to eat more corn syrup. Honey, I don't have to do anything to the product, and honey is just honey. Maple trees in the right area. Wasps are underrated. Listen. They're important pollinators. What the fuck are you gonna do when your stupid fucking honeybees go extinct from all the pesticides? Guess what? Yeah, wasps pollinate more than bees. I think it's because there are more species of wasps. So just like by sheer fucking numbers, they're out there pollinating all over the place. And they kill like spiders, they kill other predatory insects, you know? Yeah, people just like bees because they're fuzzier. But yeah, when I see those pictures of what are clearly to me wasps, it's usually because they're fuzzy and they look a little bit like bees. I do like spiders, it's true. Yeah, they hunt a lot of pests. There are certain wasps that you want to lure toward your garden if you have certain pests. Like they keep your fruit safe. Although certain wasps, of course, they like get into your figs. But I think that that's how figs mature. Like, I think figs are incapable of maturing unless a wasp gets inside of it and then they like dissolve inside of it, right? Wasps are way more aggressive than bees, though. Girl, I don't understand. I saw like 3 or 4 wasps today. I went to go shoot my bow and arrows, and it's like, it's outdoors, and you know, like, if you have one of those buildings outdoors, it's like, it's a, you know, when you go to like a park or like a conservation land and there's those cute little kiosks that have like information, but they're built like perfectly for wasps to live up in them. Like, yeah, I've seen them around just today. Listen, if you can control your adrenal response, which is to say, if you are not afraid of wasps, if you see a wasp and you have no physiological reaction, they don't care about you. They don't bother you at all. It's like when they can, because their bodies can detect pheromones. We can't. We can't detect pheromones. Like, we can smell musky stinkiness, but the actual pheromones, like the delicacies and the intricacies of all that, we can't smell it, but they can. So if you have an adrenaline response, they can smell it and it freaks them out. Yeah, we're talking about insect science. Hello, Hive Sci. I think someone recommended your channel. I was just like, hey, are there any small trans channels that you could recommend? I think Hive Sci, you were one of the ones that were recommended. Because yeah, we're talking about insect science right now. If you just chill the fuck out around wasps, they don't bother you. I once told a wasp, get out of my car, all scared, and it flew out like, oh, my bad, I'm sorry. Oh, goodness gracious. Yes, good night, Atreyu. Yeah, hornets, I don't really see hornets very often. And I think that I would respectfully walk away from a hornet if I saw one. But dude, if there are wasps that live on my land and I've invited them to live there because I need them to kill something else, and they're thriving and they're accustomed to my presence on the land, listen, I'm okay with wasps being one of the lines of defense for home invasions. Getting stung by a yellow jacket is the fucking worst. All you have to do with them is be in the wrong place. Yellow jackets do not care. They just suck. They don't pollinate. Most of them eat rotting meat. I guess I don't know what specifically yellow jackets look like. Do they have the classic angry brown long wasp body, but then like the skinny gangly wasps, but they are just yellow with black stripes? Anyway, wasps are so good. I've been dive bombed by a wasp, but I think it was annoyed at me for opening a door near its nest or something. Wasps, what did I walk into? I'm talking about how great wasps are, okay? I don't tolerate wasp hate. Wasps like to land on me and just chill. Like, there was one time where I took the trash out at my apartment, and I paused on the way back to my apartment, and I was just like standing there feeling the sunshine, and I felt like a tickle on the back of my hand, and I looked down, and there was a wasp just crawling around on the back of my hand. I don't think I had any sugar on my hand or anything. It just landed on me and was checking me out. And I just stayed still, and then it flew away. And there was another time where I was eating a donut, and a wasp landed on like my fingers, and I just let it eat off my fingers with his happy little butt wiggling. And a different time, I'm like, these 3 different wasp stories. A different time, I had been drinking my coffee and maybe I had eaten a donut or something previous to that. A wasp landed on my lips, and I just kind of held my breath, didn't breathe for a second, and let it walk around on my lips for a minute. And then I did one of these, like, and it went away, and it was fine. Like, I figured the breath, like the wind, it would not perceive that as like an offensive move. But I was just like, oh, I need to breathe. Yeah, wasp kisses. Little small bee-like wasp, no gap in body. Oh, okay, then I don't know what yellow jackets look like. I'll have to familiarize myself with those. Kitty Tick, am I right in thinking that y'all don't have ticks as bad up there? I was lamenting the fact that there are no fireflies up there. I had a good cry about the fact that there are no fireflies up there, actually, because I'm going to really miss fireflies in Kansas. But in the process of learning about that, I learned that apparently there are also not as many ticks in the Pacific Northwest. Fewer ticks, but still some. Okay, cool. Mostly just bad fleas. Ugh, fleas. People are terrified of tarantula hunters in Arizona, but they're actually not aggressive to humans unless you being a bitch. Did you know that body lice and head lice can interbreed? You do now, and you're welcome. Did you know that body lice are the oldest they're the oldest evidence of clothing? Like, we have evidence of bone needles from about 30,000 years ago. So that's evidence that we were stitching things together. But the oldest evidence for the existence of clothing on human bodies is that body lice do not live on your body. They did not evolve to live on your body. They live in your clothes. So like body lice, it's a DNA evidence for how early human beings were wearing clothing. Or I guess you wouldn't have even called them human beings at that point. It was a different species. We do share body lice with gorillas because clothes were made of furs then. Yeah. What's your opinion on moths? They're cute. I don't know that they serve as much of okay, so here's the thing. My favorite flower and my favorite insects and everything, like when I come to feel like, oh, that's my favorite of that thing, it's usually for some ecological reason. Like dandelions are my favorite flowers because they're an extremely useful early pollination for bees, and also you can eat almost all of the parts of the dandelion. You might not want to eat the stem of the flowers, but all of it is edible. And you need to double check with your doctor before you eat dandelion, though, because it can impact your other medications. So, but like, yeah, wasps are some of my favorite because they are super important. Moths are pollinators. Okay, cool. I did not know about that. Moths also feed bats. Fuck bats. Oh my god, they're disgusting. I mean, I know that they're really important ecologically, but keep them away from me. I am not going to invite bats to live on my land. Stay away. Yeah, I like moths. They're cute. They're cute. As someone asked earlier if I've ever seen a lunar moth, I have. We were going through a walk in the woods, and we had some of our dogs with us back in the day when we lived with a bunch of dogs. Bats control mosquitoes. Okay, fair enough. But we were walking and we saw a lunar moth, and one of our dogs just went over and like ate it. Just straight up ate it. And I was like, God damn it, Serby. His name was Cerberus, that dog. Yeah, dandelion root coffee, dandelion flower tea, stewed southern style dandelion greens with bacon and brown sugar. Girl, that sounds yummy. You can also make a dandelion wine. I know, it was so savage. He just went over and ate it. Like, he just chomped it right up. It's like, dude, Serby, what the fuck is wrong with you? He wanted the protein. I love bats. I have a few that fly around outside my window every night through the summer and sleep in my barn in the day. They can eat over 1,000 mosquitoes in an hour. They eat a ton. It's hilarious. Okay. Bats are disgusting because they are spreaders of disease. So they can be on my land. They can swoop around and eat stuff. That's fine. But stay away from my human fluids and orifices. Okay? Keep your fluids away from my orifices. Listen, bats are cute. I accept that they eat mosquitoes and that they're also pollinators, but also they are disease-ridden, disgusting animals that need to stay far away from me. They don't want to touch you either, TBF. I have handled a bat a couple times. One time in one of our apartment buildings, there was a bat inside, not like in our apartment, but like near the doorways and everything. And I called the wildlife people to be like, yo, there's a bat basically inside my building. Like, can someone come get it? And the lady was like, oh, he's probably just in torpor, which is like a very mild form of hibernation. And so she was like, well, if he's on the ground, they don't really fly very well from the ground. And if he's in like torpor, then he's on like a low energy stasis mode. So what she told me to do was she told me to wear leather gloves, which I have, and to get a towel. And she told me to keep the towel between me and the bat. And I scooped him up. I had to kind of nudge him to get him into the towel. He showed me his teeth. He went, ah. He was like this big with his body all like squished up. He was small. And so I got him into the towel, and she told me to just take him and the towel outside, drape the towel in a tree until he left. Because they can take off easier from up high. Like they basically really struggle to get off the ground from the ground. So they need to be put kind of up high. Yeah, his cute little bat teeth. Oh, he absolutely could have drawn blood if he bit me, but no, he did not. Yeah, so I have handled a bat before. Like, strong. I am capable, but still, get them the fuck away from me. The thing is, bats have a really high body temperature that kills off pretty much anything that isn't a superbug. Lamau. Listen. Listen. I'm still not a fan. I'm not about to be patient zero. Yeah, exactly. Their bodies only have superbugs. I might try to build a bat cave for them on my hillside. Yeah, bats are like a #1 spreader of rabies. Like, I'm not gonna argue that they're not adorable. Okay, the fox ones especially. I think the big ones actually have a real immune system though. Do fox bats have an immune system? Oh, I'm not going to be able to find the answer to this easily. But it's like, I think the smaller bats, they just don't have, their immune systems do not fight things off. But I think that the bigger ones do. It really sounds like you need a bat box away from your home. Yeah, let me put the bat box like on the opposite side of my property, away from the house. All living things have an immune system of some kind, even microbes. Bats' immune systems don't really actively fight things off. Like they don't get fevers, like they don't create antibodies the same way, I don't think. Like it was a whole John Oliver segment. They're disgusting. Yeah, small bats live in colonies that can get pretty big, so they're spreading disease quite easily if they're all crunched in together. That is one of the things I'm jealous of my partner in Indonesia about. He has mega bats just like flying around in his area. They're cute. Let's move on to possums. Possums are good. They eat a lot of ticks, don't they? Possums, they eat ticks. And they usually don't have rabies. They're actually resistant to rabies, aren't they? Okay, bats are gross, but so fucking cute and important. Okay, I'm willing to settle on that middle ground. That bats are disgusting, but they are also cute and important. I have no issue with a skunk. Again, as long as you're kind of away from the house. Cool. Do your thing, bro. Do your thing. Stay out of my yard. Don't spray my dogs, please. Yeah, possums are rabies-resistant tick-eating machines. I am a fan of possums. They're America's only marsupial. They're pretty cute. I'm not like fawning over them, but I'm not like If a possum is sleeping in the road, I will avoid hitting it if at all possible. A possum jumped into my mom's hair and got stuck when I was a child. She's never been the same. I saw a video of a squirrel getting itself tangled in some woman's hair. I think that sentence got away from you a little bit, Kitty Tick, or I didn't understand it. There's a possum in Stardew Valley now. Listen, I haven't played any of the new expansion thing. I haven't played any of the new update. I checked out the new farm and decided that it was not for me. The possum knew she won that fight, too. Possum was like, fronting on me. Good lord. At college, we had a skunk family that lived outside one of the dorms, and they would take over the grassy area at night. Dude, you know what I think would be great? I think it would be amazing to have beavers. I just love that they're a keystone species. They're so good. And I don't mean like a pet beaver. I just mean beaver on my land. We also have a lot of antivenoms from opossums because they can be bitten by many snakes. Nice. Possums have prehensile tails. Does that mean that they can use them on purpose? Like prehensile, or does it mean that they can't control them? I thought that it means that they can use them on purpose. Like control it like a limb? Yeah, they can grab stuff. What is a nutria? Is that a type of animal? What does it do? Does it build stuff? Oh, it's so cute. It's like a beaver without the tail. It looks like a capybara a little bit. It's a semi-aquatic rodent from South America. But you have them in Oregon? That's cool. Bats are keystone species too. Okay, good. I'm glad. Stay away from my house though. Yeah, the new farm. I like the forest farm the best. That's mine. They're like little capybaras. Do they build dams? Are they like beavers in that they build dams? Cute. The bat apologists, listen. Oh, jeez. Well, we've just been kind of talking about animals for a while now, which, listen, to be completely honest, this is exactly, I'm so down for this. If we can talk about politics for like 40 minutes out of a 4-hour stream and the rest of the time I get to talk about my bow and arrows and canning food and cool animals and keystone species, like this is the dream for me, okay? I've only made $30 tonight, but still, I'll take it. If it means that I didn't have to talk about politics the entire time, I'm so glad that there's 60 people here just listening to me talk about how much I hate bats. Ooh, okay, so the nutria, which is this animal, they chew down trees, but they don't build dams. They actually live in the trees at night. Why are they cutting down their houses? Why are they doing that? Why would they do that? So silly. Yeah, boo politics, yay animals. Their teeth keep growing. Oh, okay, so they have to chew on stuff in order for their teeth to get worn down. They cut down the trees they don't like. I love it how if you put a speaker that makes a running water sound near beavers, they will just keep putting shit on top of the speaker until they can't hear it anymore. Like, that's pretty funny to me. It's something about the sound. They're like, stop it. Stop it. Quiet. Hey. Looking at a Patagonian Mara. So cute. Thank you, HiveSci, for the $10 dono. It's going to take a minute for it to show up on the screen because it takes a while. Yeah. Such a good conversation. Such a fun time. Now I've made $40 tonight. Lovely. Excuse me. Beavers and boys with sensory issues everywhere should join forces. Like, just be quiet. Just shh. Silence. I love most animals. Like, I can find a way to appreciate most animals. Ooh, Faith, I'm crocheting with glow-in-the-dark yarn right now. Ooh, that's cool. Faith, you should look at this real quick. This is a giant mandala that I'm making. It's gonna be huge. I'm not even close to being done with it. I still have, like, I don't know, dude, like 12 more rows. It's gonna take a fucking while to finish. What's up, Swag God? Cool name. Just saw your video on non-binary pronouns because I was curious and trying to understand. I can't wrap my head around how someone could not have no gender. Any insight would be appreciated. Yeah, so here's me. I'm non-binary, broadly speaking. I don't use that as my specific gender label or anything. But yeah, so I have been out for like 15 years. And at this point, I consider myself agender, which means having no gender. Non-binary doesn't usually mean that. Most people who are non-binary do have some profound sense of gender, and they are, you know, upset at being referred to in a certain way, and they are affirmed by being referred to in a certain way. The same way that binary trans people, like if you have a trans woman, she really hates it when you call her a man. She really hates it when you use the wrong pronouns. She wants to be called she wants to be called ma'am. She has very strong feelings about that, right? Non-binary people, most of them I would say, also have some kind of strong feeling or preference around this. So most non-binary people do have a gender. It just isn't one of the two that you're usually familiar with. It's some other gender that maybe you've never heard of before, whatever. For a person like me who is agender or non-gender, no gender, I don't subscribe to this system anymore. I dress however I want to dress. I am not a man. I am not a woman. I am non-binary. I don't particularly care what people perceive me as anymore. It's more strategic for me. If I'm going to go buy a car, it's strategically advantageous for me to put my hair up and make sure that I change the cadence of my voice. There are other situations where it makes more sense for me to be perceived as female and to change my mannerisms and lift the voice a little bit to give people an impression of femininity. So for me, I don't subscribe to this anymore. I dress however I want to dress. I've changed my body the way that I want to change it. There may be some future changes that I still want to make, but I don't get particularly hurt by being misgendered, although I do have preferences for what pronouns I want to be called. Yeah, so I don't know if that helps at all answer that question. Just a little quick gender education toward the end of the stream here. I have too much gender. If anybody wants to borrow some, I am glad to share. True. I used to be like, oh my god, like, what's my exact gender label? Like, what am I? And I just don't do that anymore. It's, oh my god, it's exhausting to me. My baby's first stuffed animal is a glow-in-the-dark octopus I made on a loom when we found out we were pregnant. Ooh, it's a hat? Ooh. Yeah, I'm post-gender. I'm over it. Okay. Well, we've been going for about 4 hours. This is about as long as we usually go. I think I'm ready to go chill and go pee post-stream. So thank you everybody for hanging out tonight. As far as I know, I'll be seeing you on Sunday. And I hope you have a good one. Behave.